Check it, yo. It was a cold April morning under the constellation Aries. The moon was 85% under the luminaries. From the celestial waters to the womb my soul was carried. Then my mother gave birth to a warrior and visionary. But when I speak this truth, I feel like nobody hears me. Every once in a while, I give sight to someone blind, floating on the globe in the heliocentric lie. Dilate your pupils the more you open your eyes. The truth is hidden in plain sight like a disguise. Until my mother's death is revenge, I won't feel satisfied. It haunts me when I think about the phone call when she died. A river worth of tears shed from my eyes. So I looked up at the sky and I asked God why. It's been 21 years, I'm still waiting for a reply. Since birth I've been at war, the attack our undeveloped minds. Indoctrination camps making us dumb, deaf and blind. I'm always thinking solutions, we are running out of time. The dirty witchcraft is weak, I see through all the lies. I clearly analyze all the symbols and the signs. When I connect dots, the truth starts to align. The people are the power, you can never eclipse my shine. I say the truth hurts, but the truth will set you free. They say hell burns and there's a one-way ticket for me. You create your heaven or hell whether or not you believe. I'm God and Satan, I have to balance out my chi. One day these seeds I plant will bloom so you can be all you can be. Never give up and always hold your head high, cause you are God, there's no need to look to the sky.
Bang bong. I'm late. Fools and Tools, Kimba, Maggot, Three Fingers, peace. Hope everyone's having a good morning. Because I am. So, lesson 4 is getting started, it says. It's a little disappointing, man, to learn that witchcraft is a religion. Matter of physics. I'm not even going to share my new rhymes I wrote. I don't think people appreciate my poetry enough. I'll save them. Maybe I'll share them later. But what's not disappointing is to learn, knowledge is infinite. And people say, what's the point? It's all bullshit. They haven't even read most of the stuff they say is bullshit, but that's cool. No hate towards them. I was at the church meeting this morning and they were about to do a prayer, and I said, wait a minute. I said, Matthew 6, 5 and 6 states. I thought they were going to kick me out. But anyway, this chapter, I looked over it real quick. I don't even know how many lessons are in this book, but I will do the whole book. I know it's disappointing to some, but hey. So it says, I'll start off with this. What is the root word of witchcraft? Its root word came from the Old English. Make sure I get this right. WITCHCRAFT? Am I saying that right? From Wicca, see witch, craft, power and skill. The antonyms of witchcraft are reality, repulsion, revolt, science, and disgust. I have another fun read. It's not really fun, but nature is the living word we need to read. Yeah, there's a lot of nature in witchcraft. That's why I'm more drawn to that than even, you know, these are other people's writings, you know. I'm just regurgitating what another individual sees through their eyes. Um, but the good thing about reading is what other people see in their eyes, whether it's the third eye or any one of the eyes, I can relate to a lot of what is spoken. But thanks for that feedback, Dom. Always appreciated. A typical initiation ceremony is the one found in Gardnerian witchcraft. I hope I'm always saying that right. It is in 4 parts. The first part is known as the challenge. Didn't I read this already? The initiate is asked if she really... Yeah, I read this yesterday. Yeah, I did. So I think I left off. Yeah, I did read that. I remember perfectly. Yeah. We're in lesson 5. That's right. My bad. Which is the covens and rituals. Covens and degrees. Throughout history, there have been individual or solitary witches who worked and frequently lived alone. There are still many today who feel more comfortable that way, and I will look at them specifically later in this book. As always, they say this. But the majority of witches work in groups known as covens. The origin of the word is in doubt. Margaret Murray, the witch cult in Western Europe, suggests it is a derivative of convene. The coven is a small group, usually no more than a dozen. The traditional size is, guess what, 13. Huh. Though there is absolutely no reason why that particular number should be adhered to. Personally, I found that the most comfortable number is about 8. One of the things that governs the number of people in the coven is the size of the circle in which they hold their rituals. By tradition, again, this is 9 feet in diameter. So it can at once be seen that the number of people who can comfortably fit in its confines will be limited. But this is really putting the cart before the horse. In actual fact, you should base the size of the circle on the number of people, not the other way around. To arrive at the ideal size, all should stand in a circle facing inwards and hold hands. Then move slowly outwards with the arms outstretched until your arms are extended as far as possible. The circle should then be a size that will just comfortably contain you all. Whether that means it will be 7 feet, 8 feet, 10 feet, 6 inches, or 15 feet in diameter, it doesn't matter. What is important is that such a circle will contain the group comfortably without fear of breaking the boundaries, even when dancing round. Yet also will not have any excess space. A coven is a small, close-knit group. In fact, the members of the coven frequently become closer to you than the members of your own family. Hence, the craft is often referred to as a family religion. And for this reason, you should choose your fellow witches carefully. It is not enough that you all have an interest in the old religion. You must be thoroughly compatible, completely comfortable, and at ease with one another. To get to this point usually takes time, and for this reason, you shouldn't rush to form a coven. Sounds like a gang, right? Study the craft together with your friends. Read all the witchcraft books you can lay hands on, discuss them, and question one another. If you know of any initiated witches or can contact authors willing to correspond, don't be afraid to ask them questions. Don't be so serious about all this that you have no sense of humor. Religion is a serious business, yes. Ha 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 ha. Religion is a serious business, yes. But the gods know to laugh, and witches have always believed in enjoying what they do. Coven rituals should not be undertaken lightly, of course, but if somebody makes a mistake or sits on a candle, ooh, don't be afraid to be human about it and have a chuckle. A chuckle? Religious rites should be performed because you want to perform them and because you enjoy performing them, not because you have to perform them. We can leave that to the other faiths. Hierarchy and priesthood. The group leader or leaders, the leaders as priests for the group, will be representing the god and the goddesses. So one male and one female leader would seem to be the ideal. In the Saxon tradition and some few others, these are democratically chosen by the Coven members. They lead for a year and then there is a re-election. If re-elected, their terms running concurrently or not. They are known in their subsequent terms as high priest or priestess. To indicate this experience, such a system has the distinct advantage of A, precluding any ego trips and power plays by the priesthood. B, giving everyone who wishes a chance to lead the group and have the experience of running a coven. And C, allowing those good at the job to be reinstated, while conversely allowing the removal of any who abuse their position. Huh, too bad the Catholic Church didn't do that. However, in many traditions, there are found degree systems, systems of advancement through promotion. And in these, it is impossible to be a leader without being of the requisite degree. Regrettably, these systems do frequently lead to power plays. I'm a higher degree, ergo, better, which than you are, and all the ramifications of favoritism, abuse, self-glorification. Let me hasten to add that this is not always the case. It is simply that there is always the potential. There have been many covens that have existed very happily for years with such a system. In most degree systems, you are initiated into the first degree. Let's look at the Gardnerian tradition as a typical example. There, in the first degree, you participate in the rituals as part of the chorus, as it were, and learn from your elders. You must remain in that degree for at least a year and a day. Hold on. Christ. You got it? Ah. Always interruptions. Maybe it's Jesus. For you, when taken to the second degree, you can be more active in the rituals. For example, a female Gardnerian of the second degree can even cast a circle for the high priestess. However, she cannot initiate anyone. After at least a year and a day there, it is possible to then be taken to the third degree, if found ready. As a third degree witch, a Gardnerian female can break away and form a new coven if she so desires. She would then run that coven, initiating whoever she wished, with no interference from the original high priestess. Covens, you see, are autonomous. Of course, the third degree witch does not have to break away and start afresh. Many of that rank are quite content to stay in the original coven, where they are regarded as elders. Different traditions have different systems. Some have more than 3 degrees. Some insist on a longer minimum time between steps. Some have the priest with equal powers to the priestess. What sort of person should a priest or priestess be? When I was originally initiated by the Lady Owen, Gerald Gardner's High Priestess in Perth, Scotland in 1963, she gave me an outline of what a really good coven leader should be. I don't know who the author was, but this is what it said. The love of the priest and priestess, you may come to them for a few moments, then go away and do whatever you will. Their love is unchanging. You may deny them to themselves or to yourself, then curse them to any who will listen. Their love is unchanging. You may become the most despised of creatures, then return to them. Their love is unchanging. You may become the enemy of the gods themselves, then return to them. Their love is unchanging. Go where you will, stay however long you will, and come back to them. Their love is unchanging. Abuse others, abuse yourself, abuse them, and come back to them. Their love is unchanging. They will never criticize you. They will never minimize you. They will never fail you, because to them you are everything and they themselves are nothing. They will never deceive you. They will never ridicule you. They will never fail you, because to them you are God and God is nature. To be served, and they are your servants. No matter what befalls you, no matter what you become, they await you always. They know you, they serve you, they love you. Their love of you in the changing world is unchanging. Their love, beloved, is unchanging. A non-witch, someone not initiated, like me, is referred to as a Coven. Generally, Covens cannot attend circles, though some traditions do have allowances for such visitors. I personally think Covens should be able to sit in at the religious rites, not the working of magic, however. If all of the Coven are agreeable, and if the Coven works robed rather than sky-clad, what better way to learn of true spirit of the old religion, and to determine whether or not it is the path sought. It also, incidentally, is excellent public relations, helping straighten the popular misconceptions. Participation is very important in religion. One of the distractions of Christianity, I think, is the fact that the average worshiper is little more than a spectator, sitting in the audience, as it were. He or she can only watch most of the ritual along with the rest of the crowd. How different in the craft were as a member of the Coven family. You are right there in the middle taking part. Expound on this idea. As much as possible, give different Coven members things to do. At each meeting or on rotating systems, have one person in charge of the incense, another to see that the wine is topped up, another to turn the pages of the book, etc. All are supposedly equal in the circle. The ritual leaders, Coven priest and priestess, are just that, leaders, not rulers. Priesthood is leadership, not power. You will find that the rituals in the pages that follow are written to include as many people as possible. Once initiated, you are a witch and priestess, or priest. The craft is a religion of priesthood, which is how it is possible for solitaries to conduct their own rites. I might say a word here about titles. Everyone initiated is a witch, but in none of the major traditions is the word used as a title, as I mentioned briefly in lesson 3. In other words, you are not known as Witch Lima or Witch Skyer. or whatever your name. You are simply Lima or Skyer. Some traditions do use the titles Lord and Lady, however. In Gardnerian and in Saxon, the High Priestess only is referred to as Lady Freyan, or whatever her name, and when speaking to her, you would use the phrase my lady. Don't you see how these names are even in politics, the first lady and all this shit? Anyway. But none of the other females is so addressed, as stated. In traditions other than these both, lord and lady seem to be applied indiscriminately. I don't know if there is any historical precedent for this, but as with so many things, it doesn't really matter. It's again a case of what suits you. I am going to completely bypass any discussion of the titles queen or king. Covens are autonomous, and there are no leaders of all witches recognized in Wicca, regardless of occasional claims to the contrary. Covensteads and Covendoms. I think that's steeds. Covensteads. The name given to the home of the coven, the place where it always or most often meets, is the Covenstead. Within the Covenstead, of course, is found the temple. The Covendom traditionally extends for 1 league, approximately 3 miles in all directions from the Covenstead. This is the area where traditionally the Coven's witches live. It used to be that one Covendom could not overlap another, so one Covenstead would never be closer than 6 miles to the next. These days, those 6-foot boundaries are seldom honored. However, you should still refer to your own coven meeting place as the Covenstead, and if you wish, you can think of any distance up to halfway between your Covenstead and the next as the Covendom radius. The Book of Rituals. The craft was originally a purely oral tradition. Nothing was ever written down. All was passed on by word of mouth. But with the start of the persecutions, witches and covens had to go into hiding, and consequently started to lose touch with one another. So that the rituals would not be lost, the witches began to write down, not everything, just the basic rituals, since they were having to meet in secret in the shadows, as it were. The book in which the rites were kept became known as the Book of Shadows. It is still called that today. It used to be that there was just one such book for each coven. Individual coven members might also keep a book in which they kept notes on their own specialty, herbal lore, astrology, healing, but there was only the one book which contained all the rituals, and that would be in the safekeeping of the priest or priestess. This was obviously done that there would be less chance of the book being discovered by those antagonistic to the craft. In recent years, it has become common for all witches to have a Book of Shadows, with everything contained therein. You should start your own book. Then it is possible to buy blank pages. It is possible to buy blank paged books in stationery and office supply stores, and these are fine. Some traditions hold that the book must have a black cover. Others say green, others brown. Again, it's up to you. Many witches like to make their own book from scratch, using parchment for the pages and binding the finished product in tooled leather, or even between carved wooden covers. Putting together such a book can be a labor of love and certainly gives plenty of scope for free artistic expression. Hand binding is not difficult to do. There are several books available on it. If you decide on one main coven book in addition to any individual witch's book, then several people can work on that coven one. You may feel free to do yours as you wish. I have seen some really beautiful books. with elaborately decorated pages, including illuminated lettering. Of course, if you prefer simplicity, that is all right too. Your book should reflect you. One point worth bearing in mind, the book is to be used, the rituals to be read in the circle. Don't make the writing so elaborate that in the flickering candlelight you can't read what is written. As you come to the different rituals in this book, copy them into your own book. By the time you've worked through this entire book, your book of shadows will be complete. Consecration of tools. The tools you have made, plus any jewelry you might make, carry a variety of vibrations. Before using your tools, therefore, it is necessary to ritually cleanse them and to dedicate them to the work you will be using them for. This is done through a sprinkling and censing. When you charge your salt and mix it with the water, it becomes, in essence, holy water. Together with the smoke of the incense, this acts as a spiritual cleansing agent. The first thing you will consecrate will be your knife, or a thame, a thame, since you will need that for regularly casting the circle and for general ritual work. This consecration ritual that follows is written for the thame. You simply change the wording to apply to anything else you happen to be consecrating, like sword or talisman. The consecration only need to be done once. It does not have to be repeated every time you have a circle. Start by casting your circle, as detailed in Lesson 3, Self-Dedication. Go as far as the lines. Now is the temple erected? I shall not leave it, but with good reason. So be it. Now continue. Consecration ritual, taking up your knife, hold it high in a salute and say, yeah, I'm not going to say all this stuff. Peace, Max. JG. I'm not going to repeat these people's spells, but whatever. Place it on the altar and stand or kneel for a few moments with head bowed, thinking back over the construction of the knife, sword, talisman, or whatever, and what you did to personalize it, to make it truly your own. Then dip your fingers in the salted water and sprinkle the knife. Turn it over and sprinkle the other side. Now pick it up and hold it in the smoke of the incense, turning it so that all parts of it get thoroughly sensed, and say, I'll say this one. May the sacred water and the smoke of the holy incense drive out any impurities in this knife, that it be pure and cleansed, ready to serve me and my whatever in any way I desire. So mote it be. Hold it between the palms of your hands and consecrate all your energies, your power into the knife. Then say, I charge this knife through me with the wisdom and the might of the, may it serve us well and keep from harm and acting in their service in all things, so mote be it. If you are consecrating other things at this time, repeat the above with each of them in turn, and close the circle as follows. Raise your newly consecrated thame in your right hand, left if left-handed, and say, my thanks to the gods for their attendance. May they ever watch over me, guarding and guiding me. In all that I do, love is the law, and love is the bond. Keep the consecrated item on your person, wherever you go, for 24 hours following the consecration. Then sleep with it under your pillow for 3 consecutive nights. That Trinity number. From now on, you will use your thame, as that's a knife, as indicated in the rituals which follow. It is your own personal tool. There is no harm in letting someone else handle it. just to look at it, but do not lend it to anyone for use in or out of the circle. Time now to look at the opening and closing ceremonies as performed by a coven with the appropriate tools. In the Saxon tradition, we call these rites erecting the temple and clearing the temple. Preferring these terms to others such as opening and closing the circle, I will use them here. The rituals in this workbook are written to utilize a number of people in the coven. Don't hesitate to modify them from more or less people. Where I have indicated priest or priestess, it means the word action may be performed by either one. Otherwise, one or the other will be specified. Erecting the temple. The circle is marked out on the floor. There is a candle at each of the four quarters, yellow to the east, red to the south, blue to the west, and green to the north. The altar is set up in the center of the circle so that when facing it, you are facing east. On the altar are one or two white altar candles, thurible, dishes of salt and of water, bell, deity, figures optional, bowl of anointing oil, goblet of wine or fruit juice, libation dish, sword if you have one, and or priest, knife, censerer, lights the incense in the altar candles, not the circle candles, and leaves the area to wait with the rest of the coven in the northeastern quarter. Priest and priestess enter the circle from the east, just on the northern side of the east candle, as will all. When they come in and move to stand before the altar facing east, priest rings the bell 3 times. Bing, bing. No, I'm joking. What are you, a doorbell? All right. The priest or priestess says, "Be it known the temple is about to be erected. The circle is about to be cast. Let those who desire attendance gather in the east and await the summons. Let none be here but of their own free will." Priest and priestess each take an altar candle and move around the altar. Diasul, which means clockwise, and across to the east. Priestess lights the east candle from the one she carries. Then the priestess says, "Here do I bring light and air in the east, so illuminate our temple and bring the breath of life." They move on around to the south, where the priest lights the south candle, and the priest says, "Here do I bring light and fire in at the south, to illuminate our temple and bring warmth." Oh, I get it. So they're going to do the elements. They move to the west, where the priestess lights the west candle. Priestess says, oh, so they're going back and forth. So the priest will say 2 and the priestess will say 2. The priestess says, "Here do I bring light and water into the west, so illuminate our temple and wash it clean." They move to the north, where the priest lights the north candle, and the priest says, "Here do I bring light and earth in at the north, to illuminate our temple and to build it in strength." They move on around to the east, then back to the altar and replace their candle. Priest or priestess takes up the sword or the knife and, returning to the east, now walks slowly around the circle with the sword point following the marked line. As he or she walks, he or she consecrates power into the circle line. When completed, he or she returns to the altar. The bell is rung 3 times, and the priest places the point of the knife in the salt and says, "As salt is life, let it purify us in all ways we may use it. Let it cleanse our bodies and spirits as we dedicate ourselves in these rites to the glory of the God and what God is." Priestess, take up the salt, or the priestess takes up the salt dish and uses the point of the knife to drop 3 portions of salt into the water. She stirs the now salted water with the knife and says, Let the sacred salt drive out any impurities in this water, that we may use it throughout. So entering and leaving the circle is important, it states. What's up, Lucid? It says, at no time during the working of magic should the circle be broken. At other times, it is possible to leave the circle and return, though this should always be done with care, and no more than absolutely necessary. It is done in the following manner. Leaving the circle. With the knife in hand, standing in the east, make a motion as though cutting across the line of the circle, first on your right and then on your left. You may then walk out of the circle between the lines. If you like, you can imagine that you have cut a gateway or doorway in the east through which to pass. And this is re-entry. When you return to the circle, walk back in through that same eastern gateway and close it behind you by reconnecting the line of the circle. Actually, 3 circles were originally cast, one with the sword, one with the salted water, and one with the incense. So you have 3 lines to reconnect. You do this by moving your blade backwards and forwards along the lines. Incidentally, this is why the blade of the knife is double-edged. It is so that it will cut in either direction. In this and similar magical actions. To finish, you seal the break by raising your knife and moving the blade to describe a pentagram. Start at the top and bring it down to the bottom left. Then move it across to the right, slightly upwards, straight across to the left, down to the bottom right, and finally back up to the top. Then kiss the blade of your knife and return it to your place. Normally once the circle starts, no one should leave until the clearing of the temple. The circle should not, therefore, be broken unless absolutely necessary, such as when someone really has to go to the bathroom. If the person cutting out is to be gone for some time, then he or she should do steps A and B, pass through, then do step C from the outside, so temporarily close the circle while they are gone. On returning, he or she will then need to cut through again at the same spot. Steps A and B pass through and close as usual with step C. It says, note, one magic work is started. The circle must not be broken. And I'll show you the picture it shows. Because, unfortunately, I can't share my page. It sucks. Now remember, from the left. Oops. Okay. Oh, it's still going. Priests. Priest takes up thurible. Priestess takes up salted water. They again move round the altar to the east. Start there. They slowly walk clockwise around the circle. The priestess sprinkled the salted water along the line of the circle, and the priest passing censer along its line, till they return to their starting point. They then return to the altar and replace the tools. Priest drops a pinch of salt into the oil and stirs it with his finger. He then anoints the priestess. Note, if robed, the Celtic cross and circle alone is used. If sky-clad, the pentagram and inverted triangle follow. Priest, I consecrate thee in the name of the Geodizzle, bidding you welcome to their temple. They salute, then priestess anoints priest with the same words of rid salute. They then both move together round to the east, priestess carrying the oil and priest his knife, or a thame. There he makes 2 cuts across the line of the circle, thus opening it. One by one the Covens enter. As they do so, they are anointed, the males by the priestess and the females by the priest, and greeted with the words. It says, priest and priestess say, I consecrate thee in the names of the god and goddess, bidding you welcome to their temple. Marry me. The Covens move around to stand all about the altar, as far as possible, alternating male and female. When the last has been admitted, the priest closes the circle by drawing his knife across the line again, connecting the two broken ends. The priestess sprinkled a little of the oil there, and the priest raises the knife and draws a pentagram to seal it. They then return to the altar. The bell is rung 3 times. The Covener closes to the east, turns outward, and moves to stand facing the east candle, with her or his knife raised. He or she draws an invoking pentagram and says, all hail to the element air, watchtower of the east, may it stand in strength, ever watching over the circle. He or she kisses the blade of his or her knife and returns to the circle. The Covener closes to the south, then turns to face the south candle with the knife raised. He or she draws an invoking pentagram and says, all hail to the element fire, watchtower of the south, may it stand in strength, ever watching over the circle. He or she kisses the blade of her or his knife and returns to the circle. The Coven closes to the west and turns to face the west candle. With the knife raised, he or she draws an invoking pentagram and says, all hail to the element of water, watchtower of the west, may it stand in strength, ever watching over the circle. He or she kisses the blade of her athame or knife and returns to the circle. The Covener closest to the north and returns to face the north candle. With the knife raised, he or she draws an invoking pentagram and says, all hail to the element earth, watchtower of the north, may it stand in strength, ever watching over the circle. He or she kisses the blade of her or his knife and returns to the circle. Priest or priestess raises the knife and draws a pentagram, saying, all hail the 4 quarters, and all hail the we bid the Lord and Lady welcome, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to say a lot of these things because I don't know what's the deal with it, but if y'all want to read these, you could find it in the book. Priest takes the goblet and pours a little of the wine onto the ground or into the libation dish, saying the names of the gods. He then takes a drink and passes the goblet to the priestess. She drinks and passes it to the nearest Covener on her left, who drinks and passes it on the next. The goblet goes all around the circle until all have drunk and it is returned to the altar. Note, it is not necessary for everyone to pour libations, just the first person, in the case the priest. Bell is rung 3 times and says, now are we all here? Now are we all here, and is the temple erected? Let none leave, blah, 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 blah. All right. Erecting the temple is done at the start of every meeting. It is basically the consecration of both the meeting place and of the participants. The meeting, be it Esbat, Sabbat, or whatever. Continue from this point. Then at the end of every meeting, there is the clearing of the temple. The clearing of the temple. The priest or priestess, we came together in love and friendship. Let us part the same way. Let us spread the love we have known in this circle outward to all, sharing it with those who meet. The priest or priestess raise the sword or athame Athame, and salute. All Coveners raise their knives. Priest or priestess says, Lord and Lady, our thanks to you for sharing this time together. Our thanks for watching over us, guarding and guiding us all in all things. Love is the law and love is the bond. Alright. There's more, but I ain't gonna say that. I don't want to complete that shit until I know more about it. All kiss their knife blades, then they move out the temple to kiss one another in farewell. Esbats and Sabbats, and I'm pretty sure these things that I like, there's nothing wrong with them, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure they ain't gonna put the actual fucking, like where it says God and Goddess, those you have to choose, you know, whatever statue you're using and shit if you choose to. Anyway, it said that in lesson 2. The regular meeting of witches are called Esbats or Esbats or whatever. It is at these that any work is done, magic, healing, etc. Most covens meet once a week. But there is really no hard and fast rule. There should certainly be a circle at least once a month at the full moon. Since there are 13 full moons in the year, then obviously there will be at least 13 meetings in the year. In addition to the full moons, many covens also celebrate new moons. And in addition to the Esbats, there are the festivals known as Sabbats, from the French Ebattre, to revel or frolic. There are 8 of these, spaced more or less equidistant throughout the year. They are the 4 greater Sabbats. Saman, pronounced Soin, though the vast majority of witches mispronounce it. Samain. Imbolc, pronounced 7 Mbulk. Beltane, pronounced Balton, and Lunsar, and the 4 lesser Sabbats, spring and autumn equinox, and summer and winter solstice. Points out, wait. It says, Margaret Murray in God of the Witches points out that the 2 most important, Samain and Beltane, coincide with the breeding seasons of both wild and domestic animals. The pagan festivals were later exploited by the Christian Church. For example, Imbolc became Candlemas and Lughnasadh became Lammas. On each of the 8 Sabbats, a different ceremony is performed, appropriate for the time of year. Once or twice in the year, the Sabbat date may coincide with the full or new moon. When that happens, the Esbat normally done on that date gives way to the Sabbat. Essentially, Sabbats are looked upon as a time for rejoicing and celebration. No work is done at a Sabbat unless there is some emergency such as healing. Here, then, are the ceremonies for the Esbat Sabbats. I think it's Esbat, spelled E-S-B-A-T. I don't know what that is. We'll have to look that up later. Here is a basic Esbat ritual that can be used every week. I bet you I'm saying it wrong too. If you meet that often, 4 times of the full moon include the full moon rite, where indicated similarly with the new moon rite. The erecting the temple is performed. The priest or priestess, once more, we meet together, one with another, to share our joy of life and to reaffirm our feelings for the gods. The Lord and the Lady have been good to us, blah, blah, blah. Alright, there's not much left. It says, then they should follow 3 or 4 minutes of silence, while each in their own way gives thanks or requests the helps of the gods. The bells rung 3 times. The priest or priestess, it says, and it harm none, do what thou wilt. Blah, blah, blah. They say these things. It says, whatever you desire, whatever you would ask the gods, whatever you could do, be assured that it will harm no one, not even yourself. And remember that as you give, so it shall return threefold. Give of yourself your love, your life, and you will be thrice rewarded. But send forth harm, and that will return thrice over. Here there should be music and song. If you have a favorite song or chant to the Lord and the lady, use it. Or someone may produce something extemporary, what? Extemporaneously. Huh. If you have instruments, play them. If not, at the very least, clap your hands and chant the names of the gods and the goddess. Enjoy this for a few minutes. The priest or priestess says, beauty and strength are in the Lord and the lady both, patience and love, wisdom and knowledge. It says, if the Esbat is taking place at either the full or the new moon, then the appropriate segment is inserted at that point. Otherwise, go directly into the cakes and ale. The full moon rite. Priestess stands with her legs apart and her arms raised up and out, stretching to the sky. The priest kneels before her. All the Coveners also kneel, all raise their arms high. When the moon rides on high, as she crosses the sky, and the stars on her gown trail behind, then we Wiccans below are with love and all glow, just to see her so brightly enshrined. One night of the full moon, as we sing to the tune of the lady who watches above, we raise high our song as she glides by so strong, and we bask in the light of her love. Sure we do. All lower their arms, and the priest rises and kisses the priestess, then kneels again. What, they about to have sex? The priest, lovely lady, you have been known by so many names to so many people. Aphrodite, Caradwin, Diana, it says Ea, Freya, Ghana, Isis, and many more have been your name. Yet do we know you and love you as, and then you put a name, and in that name do we adore you and worship you. With your Lord by your side, do we give you due honor and invite you to join us on this special night. The priest stands and with his knife or wand, if used, draws a pentagram above the priest's head. A Covener rings the bell 3 times. They love ringing bells. And it's just a big, it ends with a bunch of spells. You want me to read the spells? I am she who watches over thee, mother of you all. Know that I rejoice that you do not forget me, to pay me homage at the full of the moon. Blah, blah, blah. And I'll leave it at that, man. It just ends with a couple of those spells, and that's the end of the lesson. Lesson 6 will be the Sabbats, and you know, everything's watered down. all about how you see it. I personally, I like witchcraft. Let's see what people got to say about that. Let's see how many videos are made when I say that. Holy fuck. It's Cage.
What's up, Charles, bud? How you
I
doing?
thought you opened a portal, bro, and went to another realm. You disappeared.
The LBRP, the Lesser Banishing Ritual of the Pentagram. That's what they're alluding to. The Royal Arts. You know, Masonry is called that. They have the first 3 knocks. They love the number 3. Right, the 3. The first 3 knocks. They have the, you know, alchemy is also called the Royal Arts. Same with chess. Same with fucking witchcraft and masonry and all these different Western
I just want to say
esoteric
real quick,
ideologies.
if anyone wants to come up, it's open panel. My bad, Cage. Go ahead.
Yeah, there you go. That's about it. Who's the author of this one?
I'll tell you right now. I liked this book, actually. About the spells, you know, I didn't want to speak them up. So I don't know what it's about. And I'm not going
I was gonna say, yeah, do not fucking read their bullshit, bud. I'm telling you, you're trapped in their nonsense.
I was kind of going over them quick before I read them because I don't want to speak anything into existence.
Well, as long as you enter it with like your own filter on reality, don't let it like seep into your subconscious mind. You gotta filter it and be conscious of what you're reading and what the real meaning is, and then filter that.
The author is
Hey, how you doing?
Raymond BUCKLAND. It's called Buckland's Complete Book of Witchcraft. So this book was written, I think, in the 70s or 60s. This book's old. What's up, Max?
Oh, okay. There we go. Got some audio problems here. There we go. Going good. How you doing? Yeah, just when I was learning druidry, we had some Wiccans, quite a few. We had 4 or 5 of them, along with people of other practices. I don't know. I wouldn't fear Wiccan at all. Like, just reading the information isn't going to really do any harm to you. It's the intention you put into it.
That's the
My
main
mother
thing.
was Wiccan.
And what they're describing is the Lesser Banishing Ritual of the Pentagram, which is basically like the initiatory or neophyte. Then what the neophytes presented in pretty much every kind of ceremonial magic, really what it is.
Yeah.
And druidry, whatever, like masonry, even the Golden Dawn. All these different things. That's like one of the first things they're gonna fucking teach you, really, is to do that. It's pretty deep. Like when you get into the real meaning behind it.
I feel more drawn in to this craft than any religion. And I think our ancestors were burned. And the reason why churches, I said this yesterday, don't want witchcraft out there, because it will reveal to those that the churches use the exact witchcraft they're damning other people for.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. All these organized, all the religions are using the exact same fucking principles, guaranteed.
Yep. There's no difference.
There's no difference, really, at all. It's all the same fucking ideal.
Call it nature, call it God, whatever you want. It's all the same thing. All gods are one God. In a sense. In a spiritual sense.
Yeah, but that's like an incomplete version. They're not giving you the full thing.
No, they never will.
There is one. Well, this one's not really available for the public. I could show you. So I have some friends in that. I could show you a link to it. and they go really deep into how this stuff kind of works. And it's the Scots version. It's like the original text of the grimoire, kind of which the Scots thing, which had to be translated and all that. It's very difficult to find and like read. So
I was doing
it's like half
some,
the formula, though. You know what I mean?
I was doing some digging into this picture,
Yeah.
and religion is all like coded and stuff. That's how I see it. And this picture, whoever thought and looked at this picture and said, "Wait a minute, that looks like a brain," and lined it up. I mean,
That was Da Vinci.
it's awesome.
He put all kinds of occulted knowledge into his stuff, like the painting of the 12 disciples. It's astrotheological. This obviously is telling you about the human brain, and the pineal. They put it in there. It's just very tricky to see.
Yeah, I put this. I was watching a video. Let me see if I could upload it. And the guy was showing how he lined this up. And he was mentioning, like, if you get a good version of this painting right here, all the, like, the folding of the clothes or the lines in the clothes and everything lines up. It was like...
Yeah, so it's all done very purposefully.
Yeah. It's awesome. I found this old picture of it, too.
I put a link in there. It's called
that's cool.
The Grimoire of Witchcraft Discovery. It's some old text that this guy translated, and this guy Frater RC. He's a good friend of mine. He's been on my channel a couple times. I don't really go a lot. He used to run the Golden Dawn and shit over here. The man's like a master at this type of shit. Maybe one day I can have him come on over here. But yeah,
Do you know
this guy Lenny? He's like a 33rd degree Mason. That's like a ninja. He's like a literal ninja fucking Mason that speaks like 10 languages and shit.
That's dope.
That's it. I'll send you the link, and that goes into the real fucking. If you really want to learn about this stuff, go look into some of that. It's there's levels to it.
Do you know they did a survey, right? And people who knew more about the Bible were atheists and non-Christians. Christians were actually the lowest and didn't know damn near nothing about their book. And then I went into church today and I told the guy, I said, Matthew 6, 5, and 6. I mean, it's just so hypocritical when you start to look into the book more. Like, I'm not a master at the book. I can't sit there and just regurgitate all these scriptures that, like, some people are real good. They'll name 12 fucking scriptures. It's just hard for me to remind myself all these scriptures, like to.
Oh yeah,
so much.
It's a big freaking book. I've read it from cover to cover. I was raised in a Christian church, but yeah, in the church you learn catchphrases just like everywhere else.
Shortcuts.
You learn basic phrases. They go over them quite often. A lot of the sermons are the same. They come out of a teaching book, right? And most, if you watch the different churches, they'll all follow about the same pattern, the same lessons at the same time, taught a little bit differently. But it's all very controlled.
I was looking into, forgot the name of the book, the Book of the Dead, and
it's the Dead Sea
Tibetan Book of the Dead, and I found so much proof. Excuse me, and these Egyptian. There's so many pictures I found of giants. And people our size serving these giants. like these Catholic priests who practice witchcraft. They went on crusades to kill the witches and stole their religion and like revamped it, put their own characters of choice. And as I was reading this book of witchcraft, that's my conclusion. And I'm only on the 6th lesson. And I'm thinking,
this is watered down like elementary shit.
Yeah. And they stole their religion and then crucify them or burn them, like I said, so people don't find out that they're hypocrites, man.
Imagine being a Catholic priest coming to North America. You walk in and you start meeting these natives people, and somebody comes out with a full headdress on representing the human aura and 33 beads down the chest and all the symbology of all the esoteric symbology. You got to kill that motherfucker.
Oh, yeah, you got to headshot him. You know, he's going to commit suicide by getting shot 3 times in the back of the head.
Yeah.
But listen, Charles and Max, look into this book. It's called Initiation into Hermetics by Franz Barton. It gives actual practical, ways to reprogram the subconscious mind and, actually, develop a certain acumen to deal with reality properly.
Sure.
Yeah, if you're into this kind of stuff, that's a great one to look into. But I'll drop the link here too. And also, if you guys can, you should pull up that link I put in the private.
Yeah, I follow Druidry and I don't follow ceremony. So
yeah, I can't share
really,
my page because my hotspot burned out yesterday in the middle of me reading, so that's toast already this month.
Holy fuck. Max, can you? I could turn on the computer, but Max, can you do it, bud?
Sure. What are we looking for?
It's the one in the private. It's like the Scots Grimoire to Discovery of Witchcraft. It's where witchcraft really actually originated from. That this guy, he actually went and translated it all and created a very limited book. I've never actually read the book. It's an expensive book, like made like properly, where it's like one of those ones where you're gonna find them like it's gonna be like an ancient book you find after.
Look at this old picture I found. And then I found this one.
Oh, cool. Oh, Devil's Causeway looks like.
I had a place around where I grew up in the forest. There's like a it's kind of like that, but it wasn't that big.
Hold on, I got to share this page. I didn't even see that. Hold on.
That's like
and look, they have the dagger and everything.
It's like 6 hours.
Yeah, I gotta make me a theme.
Afame, yeah. Afame.
Skip it.
You don't need it, but it's fun. It's fun. I made a sickle because I was a druid.
Nice.
So I made a sickle. I'll show you that. I actually hammered it all, forged it, and everything.
That is by W.B. Yeats from, I believe, some of his. I'm not sure if that's part of his published or unpublished notes. But I've been reading The Unicorn, which is pretty far out book because the author basically had a field day when Regardi's rituals got published and said, hey, I can now take those rituals and assume that Yeats went through them and write about that. And of course, the irony.
All right, can you pause it for a minute, bud?
Yeah. How it was for him.
All right, so pretty much what it is you can go back to LFI's Levi Regardi. All these different people that created these different groups, like the OTO, the Golden Dawn, Max holding a fucking sickle. All of it, really. and it all leads back to the same thing. So people got this, something that was released purposefully to the public for a reason. And then you have all these different watered-down variations, which is pretty much used as an energy harvesting fucking tool against people. But here, Lenny over here. This is the other guy. This is the Freighter RC guy who ran the Golden Dawn in Vancouver and shit. And the other guy, Lenny, he's like some fucking ninja that's like a 33rd degree Mason that You know, masonry and witchcraft are they go hand in hand. It's just a different variation of it. So you translated the grimoire of Scott's discovery of witchcraft or whatever the fuck, and brought. You know how much work goes into that? You have to, so the men, brought it back.
Well, how many pages is it?
They get deep into like how it's.
Yeah, this is a 6-hour video.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So he gets a little deep into it, I guess.
I guess pretty deep, right? And this is just what's available for the public. Yeah, like some people take this shit to a whole another level, man. You know, it's like,
Well, even ceremony, you can learn a ceremony, but the most powerful ones are the ones you make yourself.
Yeah, even hip hop is a craft of witches, and your pen is like the wand, and the energy's coming from the sole of your feet up Jacob's ladder, or vice versa from the mind down out your hand, your inner thoughts. Oh, to me that's like energy. Period is to me the creator is the energy everywhere.
Yep.
I mean, even look at Yahweh. I'll just throw this picture up real quick. He's got a TV antenna in his hand. That's what I see. That's a TV antenna.
Oh, yeah.
reality is formulated through a pen of a ready writer. You're ready to write. You know.
Yeah, I missed your live yesterday, Max. I have to go back. I want to try one of those remote viewings one day. I have to check one of those videos out and try it myself.
Oh, it's super easy.
Very interesting.
Super easy. I tell people every time I start the show, it's a natural thing. We're just here to practice it.
You know what blew my mind about this book? In the beginning, it talked about the body being like, an antenna. And it actually mentioned what I mentioned when I was younger. I would think about my grandpa, and then the phone would ring, and it would be my grandfather or anyone.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I was like crazy or something. I'm like, it's just a coincidence. But when I was reading that book and it mentioned it, I said, man, and I thought I was crazy.
Well, yeah. This is like it's magnetism.
Yeah.
Or it's like the first hermetic or comedic principle. The universe is mental. Really, it's all a projection. All minds are interconnected. It's almost like a dream in a way. You have different people within a dream, different landscapes being generated, but it's all really the same thing. Almost like reality.
Smith W., I just want to say, someone had blocked you. I was looking at 12 people hidden, and I'm like, that's wild. Because I tell people, don't hide anyone. Don't put no one on timeout. I fully am about free speech. Even if people don't like me, they can say what they want, unless they're like completely disrespectful to women, or then.
Yeah, or just trolling. If you're just going to troll and spam up the chat, I had that problem. People just coming in and spamming up the chat. So those people I kick, because then I can't read other people's comments. Like, you can insult me and say stuff, but say it once, get it done. I
hear you, buddy.
Yeah, space is fake.
Yeah, I like to refine that though. The vacuum in space is fake, because space does exist there. You have to kind of give it some parameters, right? So the vacuum of space, in my mind, is fake. So what about, like, I like to know what people think about that. Like, do you think that
space is just position amongst words, man?
Yeah, like there's space between me and my computer, but it's got air in it, and whatever, and other things. But,
outer space is like out of our space.
You hit the space bar, make a space while you're spelling things and bring it into reality.
Yeah, I don't know what space is. I wonder if it has a lot more water than they tell us.
That's I think we live on like a giant
be.
We're living in a fucking self-induced
fountain.
illusion.
Could be a bubble. You know, like
Yes.
an air bubble in an air bubble at the bottom of the, you know, bottom of the glass.
Let's see what these guys are saying about the Scots' discovery of witchcraft, the original.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
let's
I'm gonna
play
get
him a
some of
bit.
these
The
pictures
grimoire.
I got ready.
But she went and wrote this massive book, which academics love to talk about because it's just a very far out spiritual interpretation of W.B. Yeats. And of course, I love talking about W.B. Yeats. So I thought we'd start with a
The
little
Yellow
word
Submarine.
from
Yeah.
someone close to both our hearts, hopefully. And welcome, Lenny, to Magic Without Fears.
Lenny!
Podcast. You're in sunny Edinburgh.
We're lost in Scotland.
Uh-oh, so he's going to speak messed up English.
Okay. Yeah.
He doesn't have a Scottish accent, though.
Suburbs, sort of. All right. Yeah. Edinburgh is still like remains one of my favorite cities of all times. Like Prague, Edinburgh. The castle was uncleaned when I was there. It was before it was cleaned, you know, so it had a very dark Gothic look in '97.
Clean in what way?
Me and Edinburgh just like dark,
Way
and I was like, whoa. And so we hung out there a lot and climbed the hill where the thistles are. I had a thistle in my notebook from there for like 25 years later until the notebook got lost and slid down that hill and went through stinging nettles, which, you know, I'd never encountered in my life before. So I was like, "How? What's that?" And my Scottish friend was like, "Oh, you're fucked."
Oh yeah, stinging nettles.
Right, we have stinging nettles all over the place in Europe. I mean, it's all over the place in the UK. It's all over the place back in Denmark. You know.
We have them over here. They call it the itchy
fantastic
bitchy
medicinal
bush.
herb, but
Yeah.
I want to touch that.
it's an obnoxious weed in Europe, and people rip them up all over the place because they just want to get rid of them, right?
Yeah.
But it's a fantastic medicinal.
I've had nettle tea, and I think you can make soup out of it even.
You can.
This tiny gadget is
Oh.
breaking the internet. It creates a
Fuck off.
supercharged internet
How are you
signal,
getting a
no
commercial
matter
on
where
that?
you are.
I don't know. They stick them in everything now.
Like it's not even monetized.
I was watching a live and they stuck commercials in a live frequency program for my class, and they started sticking in programs or commercials in my program. Hi, fools and tools.
Just when I was a kid, just for fun, and my grandma might have made it.
Sounds a little bit like
I
Dominic.
seem to have some kind of vague recollection of that.
It does
But I
kind
do
of.
remember that my grandparents spoke about it. So it
That's
was
as high as I
definitely
can get the
before my
volume
time. It
on
wasn't
him.
popular when I was a kid. I'm not that old.
No. Thankfully, you're not that old
Wait
yet.
till you see these pictures I found of
Masonic ring you're
Giants
wearing.
match.
And I think we
Yes.
are
Oh,
going to
awesome.
talk a lot about Freemasonry today.
Okay,
and,
this guy's taking a
I
long
guess,
time to get to
I'd like
anything.
I think
Of our
Yeah, it's
English
good.
brethren or anything, not at all. But it appears that the way Freemasonry was kind of implemented in England seems to have been very much a speculative thing from the very get-go, regardless of the origins of Freemasonry still being operative stonemasonry, right?
Yeah.
But that in England it was very much a speculative thing from the very get-go, and that made it easier to, just get started like that, if you will. Whereas in Scotland, there is that really, really strong tie to operative masonry, because lodges like the Lodge of Edinburgh, Mary's Chapel, number 1 that I mentioned, that used to be an operative Masonic lodge. Speculative Freemasonry was a development that happened because of the symbolism and the interpretation, the philosophical, if you will,
You wanna fight,
interpretation
do ya?
of the tools.
You do wanna fight.
And
You just wanna
the
fight.
operative
Okay.
mechanics, et cetera, of Masonry.
My cat comes along, lies on his belly and lies on his back in front of you, puts his arms
We
up
can't
in the air
really
just
say-
because
we
he
can't
wants to
pinpoint
chew on you.
specifically when speculative
Okay.
masonry began,
Ow.
because first of all, we don't have any evidence.
Cats
to
are
say
my
it
favorite
began
animals.
Right here on this Tuesday, right there. We don't
They're
have
so
any
intelligent, and they're
and
like
because
me.
it was
Cats
such a
like to do their own thing
developmental
when they
process.
want.
We have records of some of the earliest so-called speculative Masons being initiated into a lodge. Like, so meaning people who were not stonemasons by profession, but they were still initiated into a Masonic lodge. So that was clearly because they had an interest in this speculative element. So we know that speculative element has been there for a long time. But even though we have records that state, like back in 1634, also in Scotland, I would have you know, that's actually also the oldest.
You really have gone native. You've gone native, eh, bro? You've gone fully native.
Well, you know, I love it here. How can you do anything?
Scotland's amazing.
100%.
Scotland's amazing. When I had to decide between activating my UK ancestry status or going with Irish citizenship,
Diddy Committee. I love the
let me
name.
have 3 passports. I know for people who do have 3 passports, there are workarounds to that, but who wants the hassle? I mean, if you really love filling out forms and dealing with the government bureaucracies, I mean, go for it. But like, so I decided I went with the UK largely because of Scotland. I was like, you know, I could be sort of stuck just in the Republic of Ireland, or I could have access to Scotland, Northern Ireland, and the whole UK. So the decision was obvious for me because Scotland's just like, you know. Plus, if you're in Northern Ireland,
Freemasonry.
This is the best tool
See,
to run a
look at this.
YouTube
Holy
channel
crap.
and make extra income. It's called Let me show you how to do it. First,
about the symbolism and the teachings, and especially the rituals that should be for Freemasons only, because it's a private thing, it's a private order, and so we tend to think, well, what do you need to know it for? If you're not a Freemason and you don't intend to become one, why do you need to know? Because some people will quickly say, well, I'm not planning on becoming a Freemason, so you can tell me. Or someone will say, but I'm a girl, I can't become a Freemason, so you can tell me. And then, well, why do you need to know then? Then it has nothing to do with you. And so because of that, I know that sounds kind of snobby, but it's not so much being snobby as just being protective of what we feel. This is our private little thing. And it's something very important to us. We don't want to belittle that. And so because of that, some of us are a little adamant about, you know, we don't want to talk about ritual details. And the thing with the pillars, I would kind of prefer to not, because then we would go into a lot of analysis with the symbolism of the pillars and what they point to morally and ethically speaking in terms of the principles and philosophies of Freemasonry. Well, what I could do, there's a little bit of additional information, if I remember correctly, in I always forget.
Yeah, the Nagas is a very interesting thing to me.
It's a book on the tracing boards.
maybe
I will give you the link, and you can put the link.
Kind of bored with this guy.
If you put this podcast video up on YouTube, you can put the link down there or something.
I'll forward him a bit.
An Amazon link or something to that book. But there's the highest degree in Freemasonry. We will all answer the same thing. We'll say the 3rd degree.
Skip it to when he gets into the witchcraft fucking thing.
Or the 33rd
I don't know when that is.
That is
Go to like
tremendously popular, and now
3
I'm bringing it back to this.
Go 33% into it.
Europe,
A
right?
third into it, but
Chapter on magical circles and a chapter.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
And in addition to that,
go a bit back. Go a bit back. He's gonna talk about the original shit where they all
Scarlet
take
Press
their
and
nonsense.
Ouroboros do those sort of ones.
Those were exactly the 2 I was about.
Oh, really?
To mention.
Oh, wonderful.
Scarlet Imprint. The books they have produced are really, really, really beautiful. They've produced some really nice limited fine editions.
Just far enough back.
But that's fair enough. That's
Yeah, he's gonna get into the translation he created.
Well,
this guy has he's a real deal. He's on point with his shit.
Oh, yeah. So I have the utmost respect for the quality of their fine editions. And Ouroboros Press, same for them too. They publish some fantastic books.
Yeah, my buddy Joe from the good old Homsey days told me he's sending me his mytho-hermetic dictionary. Right. That's by Ouroboros. So I look forward to finally owning an Ouroboros one. And Scarlet Imprint too. It's just, they do cost a few pennies. So what is the actual cost of this book? the fine 51 edition.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like I said, I don't want to go crazy in spite of what people recommended I do, because I want it to be affordable at the same time. Because I want people to have the opportunity to actually buy these books. And so because of that, I think it should be a fair price compared to the expenses and so on. Obviously, it costs a minor fortune to make these books. If you look at how producing a paperback of like this format and this size could cost you a couple of bucks, right? Whereas producing a book like this, naturally, it's a whole different ballgame, right? So the price has not been set in stone yet, but it will be roughly £300.
You have it?
All right. Save up, folks.
As soon as the book is officially released,
Okay.
obviously then the fixed price is going to be there, but it'll be roughly £300. So expect it to be between 200.
Oh, like 575 Canadian or something. Like
Yeah.
400 American.
That's really affordable.
Much higher than the first fine edition coming out, so I want people to be able to celebrate that a little bit too, instead of saying, "Oh, this book is going to be £450." Good luck, right? I mean, it's I want it to be as affordable as possible while still costing what it needs to cost to actually be able to make the wheels turn.
It's before or after it gets into
that's a very reasonable price for how beautiful it is. And
when you
for those
first
people
paused
just
it, when
listening
it's like 33
to the pre-released podcast
he's talking
audio,
about the magical
the
circle.
video will be up
Sure,
very
getting
soon.
into which
Okay, I'll move it forward a little more.
Yeah, and I think
was it forward?
Why do people still read books?
Again.
Smarter? Turns out NASA found a more powerful method. Schools taught us books.
Hold on, pause that. Look at that commercial you just got, bud. They're literally fucking with you. NASA said don't read books. They found a better method.
Wrote, Scott's discovery of witchcraft stands as a pivotal source for Western classical ritual magic.
There you go.
S does a superbly skilled job at presenting this classic in an organized and usable manner. In much the way classical magical texts are being translated, he presents the material faithfully as it is, with noted corrections, changes, and observations where the text is likely to make the most sense.
What you doing, Max?
Brian is a man with great, skill with words, unlike me, apparently, from what I just said. It's not my most eloquent morning, though I did have to get up at 7 a.m. for us to do this today. It's the most fun I've had at it's the most fun I've had at 7 a.m. since last time I probably had a girlfriend. I don't know. No, yesterday I was carving on my hazel wand before sunrise, and after I know it's retrograde, but I actually have a theory on that. I have a theory on that. Yeah, even Ashen Shasan posted his wands, and people start posting their wands, which is it's great. It's wonderful. That's that group and 2 other groups is the only reason I have a Facebook account. I do so well during Mercury retrogrades. Like I become happy. I become super productive during Mercury retrograde. And my mom's a 50-year-old.
See, the next chapter was a Shabbat and that, like this witchcraft shit. But all these different, they're obsessed with the fucking,
based on the
the astrology and
my Mercury and
the planetary movements
and
and
other things. It makes sense, she says.
So they're all bound by this fucking.
If during Mercury retrograde, my personality becomes optimized. I feel it.
That's why I don't fuck with religions like
I'm just
that.
gonna go with that. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm having a rough time and not
Max, can you pause it, bud?
Magic things because.
What were you saying, Charles? That's why you don't fuck with what? With the religions?
I said religions. Like, it doesn't just have to be religions. A lot of things, I don't want to say stagnant, but yeah, a lot of things create stagnancy, or that's a made-up word, or it'll put a ceiling or an anchor on you to where your elevation is limited. That's why, I'm always, for lack of better words, I stay open-minded, because there shouldn't be a limit on anything for the most part when it comes to knowledge.
That's for sure, yeah. 100%. Well, yeah, people get locked into this like it's like this program, right? Oh, retrograde. Like even this witchcraft, like that's their operation. It's a system, right? All it is, like what I've realized, like all these different practices, all it is like some sort of way to convince yourself or your subconscious mind to have a certain automatic action. You know, like you're inputting certain stimuli, certain things, and you know, it's like as a product of that, you know, you're gonna get a specific output. You know, it's like input output. So doing these things is like a way to, you know, program your subconscious mind to have an effect. You know what I mean? Like these different ritualistic things, the lesser banishing ritual, the pentagram, greater banishing ritual. No, then you can go up to the hexagram, all that. I mean, go deeper. You can go into the Solomonic shit, the Goetia, the Goetic text, the, you know, sigil stuff, like all types of shit.
On some levels, it's kind of more of a groupthink thing, but using multiple people for, you know, intention is more powerful. The Bible advises, I don't know, the Bible advises against ceremony and.
Okay, well, how come the people that, well, think about this. How come they call it a mass?
Yeah.
Right, when they have like a bunch of people gathered around to do, it's called a mass, right? And then, you know, think about mass, and it matters to them, right? And then you have matter and mass, like mass is something that's heavy, holds weight.
Oh, it's all MAGA.
Yeah. And in Catholic churches, they use the incense and
it's a massive ritual, a ceremonial magic.
Yeah.
It's the same shit.
Yep.
Instead, I think they use a square instead of a circle.
Yeah.
They love the triangle.
Yeah. I love the Christians. The Christians do the exact opposite of what they say.
It's a trinity.
It's interesting.
It's a bunch of fucking nonsense. All it is mind control. There's people that have known about this shit for hundreds, thousands of years.
Let me share these pictures real quick. I'm going
and
to you can leave the video up.
Yeah.
There you go. Look, they're
yeah.
Look, the initiates on the step.
Oh, look. Little child going up to be sacrificed at the altar.
Look at the different sized people though. You
Yeah,
got the little people, the shorter, and then the tall people.
Got a little seraphim or something in the foreground there. Looks like a guy with wings on. I can't see it that clearly, but.
And then I found this picture, which definitely these people are giants for sure.
Yeah.
But this is all allegorical. Okay, look, you have the opposing forces. You have a woman. Look at the hand mudra that the hand is in. All right. Look at the position of the hands. You have the men and the female aspect. The men in the red, the female in the blue.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Left
the female's got the triangle pointing down, and the male's pointing it up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that shows the alchemical symbols of fire and water. Right, the red and the blue.
Oh shit! Yup, and they do have red and blue on. That's wild, bro. Because the female.
No, it's so obvious. Once you know the language, then it's all apparent. And then look what you have above. Look, you have the Corinthian or the pillar. You have the pillar, and on the left you have the the angel. On the right you have the spirit.
He's got two pillars in the back there.
And you have multiple pillars in the. But look above, like the male, right? So now it's like reversed in a way, above, because as above, so below. But it moves in symbiotic relationship where it's all opposing perfectly, the dichotomy of it all.
Yeah, when alchemy was
the female kind of thing with the wings on the top, and then the other.
Yeah,
and then look.
This is how they showed their knowledge.
You have the horses. You have the bull. The horns and that behind the pillar, the animalistic.
The Taurus.
Yeah, the Taurus. You have the Taurus there. Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's to show
You can-
that
you can
you're
break-
an
you can break
initiate.
it down. There's so many things to break down there, you know.
Yeah,
It's-
in the initiates in the secret, when they kept alchemy secret, you had to do, like, to convey your knowledge, you would do a painting or a drawing to show people that you understood the colors, the symbology, what you could fit in, what level you were at.
Yeah. Well, the language becomes very apparent once you know what you're looking for. Like, even it's always the same motif. It's always the same theme there. You know, there's a language. Once you know the cipher, you know, all doors
Yeah.
are open. You know what I mean? It's like a master key to everything. You can see, right? Why are they conveying this message? What are they trying to show you? It's always the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that when I was young. I thought the way to build the pyramids was, well, you guys said there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after. And then some
That's
dude brought
it's all
Goliath.
allegory. It's all allegory.
Well, it is allegory, but there's truth in it too.
Yeah, there's truth in it too. My fucking cousins.
It's actually both. They,
giant cousins and shit that are like over 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
Well, I got the picture of Shaq. There's a guy the tallest guy is 9-point-something feet tall. They say giants were 12 and 14 feet tall. That ain't too far from 9 feet.
Not
a lot
really.
of these doorways, and I mean, when they show this picture of these big stones being moved by giants, it makes more sense than them using bamboo and move it. You can't move these big bricks through sand.
No, the stones they used would, like, some of them would just crush any roller you put underneath it. It wouldn't work. You need giant people. And they said that they had exponential strength, so could be an allegory.
I found some other cool pictures. Hold on. I'm just going to go through them one by one.
Yeah, I don't even consider giants a question. I just consider it a fact of our past.
This is one of my new screen things I'm going to use. I like this.
Yeah, it's calming. Colors are soothing.
And I don't know where this mountain is, but it's very interesting how it looks like it used to be some sort of a castle, and then it was melted.
Yeah.
Something happened.
Got a bunch of holes in it.
Now, I took this picture and downloaded it because I don't know any eagle that big. As big as the man, this is a big bird. People don't realize how big this bird is.
It could be a rock. Rock was a bird from the past. It was like a giant eagle.
You know what it reminds me of, Max? When we were looking at those maps. Remember the map? They had, I think it was Urbano Monti's map with the bird like this with a freaking elephant in its claws.
Yeah.
Full-grown elephant.
Yeah, well, people used to go dragon hunting because dragons were dangerous. They hunted the rock too. Looks like that guy was playing with the rock. Yeah, the rock are
feeding it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like he's kind of petting it under its chin.
Yeah, that guy's probably a giant. Because if that's a rock is about 2 or 3, well, used to be about 2 or 3 times than a normal human, a 6-foot human. Like, they were big.
I just like this picture because of the duality in it, which would be the left and right brain, and then the center part is God's throne, which is your third eye, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And then I like pictures like this because people say, I got into a little debate where people say that this is natural. Like, as far as, not natural, but they're saying volcanic, the volcanic lava does not form hexagonal shapes when it dries. Like I've looked deeply into that.
No, it does not.
And if you look at a tree, like through, like take a piece of a tree and look through a microscope, you'll get hexagonal shapes, which you can't see on a macro level unless it's this big. You know, you have to look at a micro level. But yeah, and then I found this old picture. I don't know when this was taken, but I like this picture. This castle,
That's
cool. Awesome. I found a lot of good photos showing the hexagonal. It's amazing.
Yeah. A lot of people think it's trees. I think it's the remnants of giants myself, but trees could work too.
It could be all of it. One, like all.
Well, was it Persephone was turned into a tree, or was she turned into a cow? Can't remember.
Me neither.
Yeah, there was one goddess that was on the run from another goddess, and she asked to be saved, so she got turned into a tree. And this guy used to like kiss and love this tree. Weird story.
These are beautiful tortoises. Man, like each shell, they're taking shape of a cymatic. Each shell is different.
Yeah, they don't live.
They say,
we used to have giant ones. They used to have like these tortoises would grow for hundreds of years. Now they don't, but and then they hunted the hell out of them. But they used to have like parties in their shells. You could fit like 8 people in a shell.
What?
Yeah.
Dang, that's a big tortoise.
Yeah.
One. I had a video of. I still have it saved somewhere, but it was a shark grabbed a hold of the tortoise, and it looked like it was trying to eat it, but it was pushing it in the water to the boat because the tortoise had a rope around its neck. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I like all these
awesome.
videos of animals coming to humans for help. I've seen a lot of them recently.
That proves that animals have a conscience, man. They're not just there. They have a conscience. They know. And
intelligence, you know. They know that man is different, you know.
Now this tree is amazing.
Oh, wow. How old's that tree?
I have no clue. I think it's in Africa, though. I know that. It almost looks like the baobab tree.
Yeah.
Almost. And I thought this tree was cool. This is somewhere in Asia, near the jungles.
Weird trees.
Here's some more hexagonals.
Hmm.
What part of the giant you think this could have been? Maybe the tissue buildup?
I'm not sure. Roger says it's probably the Achilles tendon or some tendons in the bottom of the leg. I'm not sure on that. He did show a few examples, and I forget where it is, and it bugs me, of petrified tree stumps. They're not actually stumps. They're right flat to the ground, but you can tell because of the chunky nature of it and how it's broken up, it looks like a waterlogged tree. Guaranteed. And it's different than the Devil's Causeway. But I don't know for sure.
I have to find this video of them taking a helicopter to the top of one of these tree stumps, and it had a hot spring that was being pumped up from underground, and they were pretty high up.
Artesian wells. You would expect that with biology. You'd expect it with a tree too, because trees do draw water up. like arterial veins. We can't see them, but they're there.
That's what I think flooded the earth for the most part, is when these giant trees were cut down. The roots, these roots are so huge that it would need oceans of water.
Interesting.
I don't think these type of trees were the same material as what we call trees. It's a beautiful tree.
Yeah, it is.
Kind of reminds me of the firmament with the center mountain, and it outstretches over the stars.
Where can I get this remote viewing besides my couch? Anywhere you want.
Now this is, I think, in Pompeii, if I'm not mistaken. This was a giant person laying down.
Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like they got their legs crossed and their hands behind their head. Yeah, Smith, just close your eyes and listen. That's all you got to do. But you can come to class tonight if you want.
Yeah, people should check Max Vision's channel, man. A lot of great information and just a good time all around.
That's what we shoot for. Good times. Looks like he's giving you the finger. Yeah. Hey, I wonder, like, I always thought that too. I wondered that about after the flood, right? You're one of the survivors after like a great cataclysm or one of the floods or whatever. And, you're looking around you and you see all this landscape just littered with bodies, Wouldn't you kind of go around and pose them or something? I would
try to go inside.
Try to make it prettier. Well, yeah, the giant ones. I think that's how the ancients understood the brain so well. They were able to walk through one.
Remember the story of
we lost Cage?
What's his name? He got swallowed by the whale. He was sitting inside. He made a fire.
Jonah. Yeah, Jonah.
Yeah. Look at this. How I got my background. And it just so happens you're on the dark side and you have a moon for your avatar. What's the chances of that?
50-50?
Yep. And my third eye could be the third eye one could be the sun.
Yeah, sun and moon. Yeah.
But I downloaded this because this is supposed to be a picture of a giant let me move this banner out the way.
Not quite a menorah, it only has 5.
It says colossal lamp from Scandinavia.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that. But yeah, this could have been a giant's lamp for sure. I'm not saying it's factual.
Yeah.
But it's a possibility for sure.
Could be a lighthouse too for sailors.
I was just like this picture. Reminds me of a dunce cap. Or the caps.
The wizard's hat.
Or the Santa Claus hat.
Yeah, have you looked into hats and their supposed purpose and meaning? Like yeah, apparently that's
a good topic to go into.
Yeah, that like the stovetop pipe hats. You remember those? Like yeah. Apparently, what it is that space between your head, like there, you make a cavity up there, and that has something to do with collecting like orgone or scalar energy and enhancing it.
Huh.
Yeah.
Now I want to look into it more. I only took this picture because he's using the Vihara, big weapon, in his right hand. He has that. That's a Vihara or Vijara, which is an electromagnetic energy weapon that the gods, the taller gods had.
Yeah, they had weird ones, like they had weapons that would be like 1,000,000 arrows and ones that would be like, I don't know, just weird shit. Yeah, those some huge trees.
Yeah, these are from 1880s. It's a giant redwood tree cut down for lumber in Cali, and they would hold dancings on these tree stumps. And it's like, what are you celebrating? The killing of a tree?
Mm-hmm.
Just like religion, I always had a problem with celebrating Jesus' death. Like, that's what they're doing by putting that dang cross up there, watching that man suffer. This is a huge tree.
Hard to see.
Yeah, it's the way that the picture is.
Yeah.
Here's a beautiful view of all these hexagons.
All right, JG, show and tell.
All right, here's 12 more pictures coming. Just quick pictures.
Yeah.
Oops. Damn it. Shouldn't have did that. This picture is in Asia. This huge statue that's right near a river.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go to this statue. It's like a titan.
Yeah, some of the statues in Egypt, Rogers looked at because some of them are broken. There's one a statue of, I guess it's about 60 feet tall, one of the gods, but it broke open. And what it looks like is they've taken a layer of stone and smeared it over the top of his body, because you can see the innards of his body, his ribs, where his lungs would be, because that part broke open. So that's
it the guy with the beard?
It was like one of those guys right there. Yeah, pretty much.
'Cause I know he showed the one with the beard. It was like this older guy with a beard. It looked like he was fossilized.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Is they found these guys, like I was saying earlier, and they posed them, but then they took some of the stone that was soft around them, some of the other bits, and maybe some mining tillings or something, and smeared it all over the body to make it look nice.
Huh.
Yeah.
Like this one looks like a titan laying down. There's a few mountains that are like that too.
That does.
Well, it is like, this is in India, I think.
Yeah.
That's a titan laying down. And then...
Yeah, you can almost see like innards in him or something. I don't know what's going on in his chest cavity there, but looks like people are living in there or something. Can you zoom in?
No.
Oh, okay.
I know people in the chat could on their phones, but I can't. I wish. I got to figure out a better way to. I got to get some internet so I don't have to use my hotspot. I have unlimited everything I pay for, except the hotspot isn't unlimited. It's odd.
That's weird.
Don't make sense. Yeah, I thought this was cool. This is like a tree, but it's like that's an entrance through the tree, or...
That's a cool way to build a house.
I would love to live there.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Imagine being surrounded by the field of that tree too. That's awesome. So good.
Probably
for you.
a lot of good energy.
Yeah.
Then I found this, which looks like it's a shorter guy fighting a titan. You kick the back leg down so he could drop him down to size.
Yep.
And yeah, this is a carving. I think could be India. I don't know. Beautiful tree.
That one's even got an entrance. Nice.
That's where I would go inside.
Yeah. Just sit in there and meditate.
This is like a Titan stone wheel. Now, I don't know if this was used to maybe that was put on something and could have been used as a tool.
Millstone,
wheel.
maybe. Millstone.
That's what I wanted to say. Yep, a millstone.
Yeah.
To crush wheat or
olives or whatever. Yeah. Apples, make some scrumpy. Yeah, that didn't stand for very long, apparently. That fell down quite quickly. But what is going on with the head in the foreground there?
Yeah, isn't it his head on the statue?
I guess maybe they're telling a story of building it or something?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or tearing it down.
Yeah, but it fell down in an earthquake.
Huh.
Yeah. Or maybe they're building another one. I don't know.
This is beautiful. The trees are amazing.
Walking down a path of trees is awesome. I love it. I don't know why they don't do that in more places. Put more trees in that, make a nice canopy and you can walk. There's a couple places in my city where they've actually done it. It's really nice.
This picture is awesome. I fell upon this picture. I was excited. I said, yes.
This is Asian, right? Looks Asian.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a cool picture.
Yeah.
This picture. I could go back. I didn't know you were going to speak on.
That's okay. I just like their outfits, that's all.
Now, I don't know where these bearded statues are, but the stars in the background. The only time I've ever seen stars that bright is in Connecticut when I went camping up in the mountains. And it was so pitch black you couldn't walk. You couldn't see the hand in front of you. But when you looked up, it was just amazing.
Yeah. For me, it was up north. I went to Fort McMurray, and you could see the snake in the sky. You could see the snake head and eating its tail so clearly. Like
the Ouroboros?
Yeah, you could see it perfectly.
Huh.
That's your uncle.
Where was this?
I was up in Fort McMurray in Alberta, Canada. So it's way up north. Way up north. Yeah, we had tons of trees and forest and lots of area. Most Canadians live along the edge of Canada by the U.S. border. Most of the other area is pretty uninhabited.
This is a drawing of
Devil's Causeway?
I have no clue, but I know it's the hexagonal shapes. So this drawing's old, I think 1800, so I figured I would download it because even they were drawing this before you could take pictures. There's some good pictures out there I found. I have in my collection of showing the flood, and it looks like I have many theories of how they stumbled upon a lot of these continents. You know, maybe the ice melted, if the pole shifts, I don't know, but yeah, this is a cool picture.
You know, in the ancient stories that I've read, like you can read Ovid and Hesiod and Herodotus, they never talk about an ice age at all.
Interesting. Very interesting. And I've also noticed too, like a lot of old stories, some didn't even mention a moon.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it wasn't there, but
the Native American stories tell of a time before the moon and two brothers who rolled it to where it is now, rolled it across the sky.
Yeah, that's an interesting story.
Yeah. It's always the two brothers, eh? Enki and Enlil, or, Cain and Abel, always the two,
It was something to light the night sky as a path or something. I forgot. But I think I did read that story.
Yeah, they do tell of the floods, JG. They tell of the cataclysm, yeah. but they don't talk about an ice age.
This tree is enormous.
Wow.
It says the Sutton Oak near Wetherby, the oldest oak in England. There's a statue.
Mexico says, check your telegram. Oh, that's cool.
It reminds me of a Norse god.
Yeah.
Okay, Bex, I'll check it. I was wondering, when you, when Max said your name, I'm like, who? Yeah, I know they're drawings, JG, but back in them days, that's all they could do was draw, as far as we know.
Yeah.
I think, like, like, photography is much older than they're telling us. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, and those silver plates, those are much more detailed than photographs we have today. No pixels.
Silver plates. Wow,
Yeah.
I haven't heard about that in so long. Silver plates.
Yeah. You can do it yourself, too, if you get silver and make it into a powder. I did it through electrolysis. And in the sun, it'll turn black. So you can use it like you could actually make your own photograph if you make a small pinhole camera. And you could put it all over pretty much anything. Glass would work, I guess. Paper. And you could actually take a picture. I don't know how long it would last because I don't know how to fix the silver. But you can do it just on your own. So it could have been around for a really long time. It's not very complicated. Just figuring out how to stop the silver from turning black. That's the hard part.
Tarnished. Now, I don't know what these stories are telling, but I do see different sized people now.
Yeah.
Those people look to be 12 to 14 feet, and then the other guys seem to be 7, 6 feet tall. This is from the Book of Tibetan, or the Tibetan Book of Dead, or...
Well, the thing is, the word king, too, just used to mean great man. Like, in some people's belief, that just meant giant, you know. You were a king if you were a giant because, you know, you pretty much ruled. If you could slap somebody in the face and send them, you know, 50, 60 feet, you
know. They'll be worshiping quick.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine this guy right here. I forgot the name of this thing, but imagine this guy rolling up to you. It reminds me in the movie, the two-headed giant they had. I forgot. The Beanstalk movie.
Yeah, there's a lot of giant killing stories because, you know, well, who wants some dude, you know, running around just because he's twice the size of you, ruling you, you know? Could be a total idiot.
Things. All they got to do is step on your freaking city.
Yeah.
This is just another version of what I showed. Some of these are like different versions.
Well, and like in the Book of Giants, right? The King Nebuchadnezzar and King Og of Bashan, they ate people. They ate little people. So yeah, I wouldn't want them around. They'd eat all the males, right? And they'd keep the females for priestesses and other things.
See, the problem I have, Max, is like I show evidence of giants through drawings or pictures. If I show drawings, people will say, oh, they're only drawings. But then if I show pictures, then the pictures are
they're fake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like you can't win sometimes. But me personally, I know there were giants. I don't believe.
Yeah.
I know they existed.
Yeah, I've seen too much evidence for them not to be real. I even find them in my own landscape, you know, and you can find them on Earth. So, like Titans.
Jay Hyten.
Big co-op.
Yeah,
Banks.
I agree with this, Bex. I agree, Bex. Definitely do. And that's another reason that I'm so open-minded, is because I don't know if it's true or not, but it's a possibility. And I always keep that in my mind, that it's a possibility. I'm not going to denounce it or say, so, you know, some things, if I just don't know, I don't know. I won't lie to someone and be like, you know, peace, Marcel. I won't lie to someone because I want it to be true, even though I know it's not.
Yep.
That's what a lot of religions do. Like, I think it was Bex who said, it's not the book, it's the people using the book. That's such a good example. Because I used to say, fuck the Bible. You know, I was ignorant in a lot of ways. Even Masons. I'd be like, fuck all the Masons. And then one day I'm like, that's just ignorance. I was thinking to myself, it's not those people's fault that are in a lodge. Most of them work their ass off all day to take care of their family. They're not the ones oppressing the people. They're just working, enjoying a lodge, or, you know, a club, or whatever you want to call it. So to say fuck all the Masons, that this is just ignorance on my part. And also,
I hit the wrong button.
I've come a long way talking to many different people from all over, and I've shed a lot of ignorance on my part. Like, people will say, oh, Chuck, you used to be like, fuck all the Masons. Yeah, because I was ignorant.
Hey, Indy. All giants were not real. If giants were real, simulation theory is kind of bullshit, or a manifested reality. I don't know. Simulation theory gives you the opportunity to just say fuck it to physics and everything, right? And just make up your own rules. But are you a manifester in the simulation? That's the question, right?
My opinion, man, question everything in this reality, because the information is all coming from the people who are deceiving this reality, or deceiving it through illusions and lies. Like I said the other day, this reality is supposed to be your experience. Instead, when you're born, you're handed experience, and you're seeing life through their eyes. It's like you're walking behind them and they're carving the path for you, giving you your reality. You're seeing it through what they want you to see.
Oh, and I just want to say to those of you who are manifesting reality, what the hell are you doing? This place is all fucked up. Would you manifest a different thing?
I've tried manifesting, like, and I do get, when you're a negative person, you're gonna get negative negative results.
Yeah.
If you're a positive person, you're gonna get positive results. But
like, I worked with a guy. I worked with this one guy, and I tell you, he must be absolutely immune to the taste of spit. Stands outside a store and goes, "These freaking bitches don't know what they're doing," loud enough that they can hear him. You know, it's like, And everywhere he goes, the world is just dumping on him. But look at how he behaves. You know, like you bring your own world to bear. You know, you create your own world. For me, I walk into that place and everybody smiles and happy to do what they're doing for me. You know, we have little bits of conversation. This guy walks in and he's just angry from the start because he got a bad coffee a month ago and these people don't know what they're doing. And oh man, everywhere he goes, the world's just negative on him. And it's his emanation of the world. It's his interaction.
I love the fact that I got to interact with so many different people to open my eyes to even more, and to pick people's brains and to hear stuff, different perspectives and stuff is awesome, even if I don't agree. I was just about to say Kimba has helped me in a lot of ways to look within myself. Many people here have helped me. It's not, you know, I don't want to say names because then people are like, what about me? You know, everyone's helped me in ways. Everyone.
Yeah, I like to find the ideas that are different than the ones that I have. That's what I like to look for.
Exactly.
There you go. I was going to say, wait, I want to be recognized. I need to be recognized.
Hi, Kimba.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Yeah, that manifesting thing is, it's funny. It's funny, right? It's like a funny concept to me. It always has been. I started to pay attention, like really deep, like what you were saying, Max, like how I even talked, like you were just sharing how someone was talking, what they were bringing about. Is quickly, because I'm more conscious of what I say now. I'm not there yet, but you know, because I'm paying more attention. As quickly as I say something bad about anything, myself, a situation, maybe even another person in general, I will notice how quickly something turns around and bites me in the ass. I mean, literally, figuratively, I mean, it's insane. And then when I do that, I'm like, wait a minute. And then I stop, put the brakes on real fast. And I'm like, what did you just do? Let's look back. Let's, you know, let's revisit this. And I was like, oh, you were an ass earlier. I'm going to be honest, you know. And I literally, I've had things happen so fast as soon as I act out a character, and I'm like, wow. And as soon as I change that around, I notice something will come in that will be good and positive in my life. And I'm like, wow, where did that come from? Because I was still doubting myself. Like, I don't, you know, I go back in that pity mode, I would say. I didn't deserve that. I really got that. Oh my, this is wonderful. And then I'm like, then I stop myself again because, you know, I'm working really hard on myself over here. And I go back and I'm like, okay, well, you were kind to people today. You stay, you know, and I revisit all my actions, what I thought, where I put my thoughts. And I'm like, okay, there is something to this. Something is happening, you know, but I believe it comes with a lot of intentions. Like, what are your intentions? How are you really perceiving it? You know? And I yield there.
Yeah. How everything we like, even your state of mind when you meet somebody, if you have negative thoughts in your mind and you say positive things from your mouth, they'll know it. They may not know it consciously, but subconsciously they'll know it because it's the energetic feeling that we share.
Exactly. Subconsciously.
You're becoming aware of it and seeing the results. That's cool.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not, and sometimes it freaks me out. That's the thing. It freaks me out because I'm not used to it.
Universe
So
reminding you, hey, you're on this path.
yeah, and it will freak me out because I'm new to it, and then it starts to feel like magic, and I'm over here like, we can do magic, and I'm like, okay, so I really watch what I do now. So if I like become unglued on someone or get mad, I literally, and it feels weird to me because I'm still new to this. I will like isolate myself or come in my room like I am now, and I'll be like, oh, and I'm talking to myself really. I'm, forgiving me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, forgive me. That should have never happened. I don't know. That was wrong on my part. I do like a little. It's like my own little ritual, you would say. Sit here and be like, yes, that was wrong, and
Doing some
forgive me. And
transformation work. Yeah.
yes, because I've had so much happen that as quickly as I said it, something bad happened, and I have my moments, where I get angry and I'll be like, and I really want to just cuss someone out. I'm going to be honest, and I'll do it out loud to myself, whatever. Then I'm like, no, because I don't know what I'm going to hear later. What's going to happen?
Yeah.
Whether it be to me, that person, anything in general, something, and people can use karma and all these fun, weird words. Now you have manifesting. So I don't know. I just play with it and to experience it myself,
Mm-hmm.
That's what I do. Because there's too many words and terms out there and labels.
Yeah.
And people get caught up in it. No, manifest. No, it's this. It's karma. It's that. You get what you deserve. Whatever it is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's how I feel. Whatever it is, it's happening. Okay? No, that's not happening. Don't say that. Okay. Yeah, see? Right there. Don't say that, Charles. Yeah.
What?
I
didn't even know I was unmuted. My bad.
Yeah, you dropped out there.
Yeah.
Hey, Naga.
Yeah, I was looking for a video about that painting by, what was his name? Michelangelo? Or no?
Yeah. Could have been Da Vinci
Yeah.
or Angelo. I think it was Angelo.
I thought I downloaded it, but I didn't, I guess.
Salute, Max, Kimber, Charles, and everybody in the chat. What's going on with y'all, man?
Good to see you again, Naga.
Yeah, much respect.
I won't be here that long. I wanted to share on that, but I'll be here for a little bit. Okay, just letting you know, because that's a good topic.
I like that video. That short. This girl is on fire. I think. That's what you mean.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, me and my goofy self. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Now I like this video. So we'll be on fire for real.
Yeah. Saying. Thank you.
Yeah. To me, the fire is when you're fighting her, which is yourself. Fire. So it's fighting yourself. So you could say it too. I know you probably realize that you're going more and more into self. You exploring self. Listening to self. Becoming aware. I think like Max was saying. So yeah, that's what being on fire is.
Yeah, so
Jay
much
Heighton.
scary. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
He's
drawn to
dropping
that.
some
They
good
see
stuff.
it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like the start forgiving and we start living. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, forgiveness. Like, I never understood how religious people would ask this God or deity for forgiveness. Don't you forgive yourself first?
So
Why you
here,
gotta ask for forgiveness?
there's probably the problem there, Jay Heighton. I already gave up. People around me offer nothing. Well, don't go in for things. Don't be looking for things. Just go in with an open heart and an open mind and a positive attitude, and the blessings will come forth. You don't have to try to get things. I don't know what they could offer you other than friendship and good energy exchange.
Yeah, the Bible said that too. Seek, first the kingdom of God, and everything else will fall into place. And about the forgiveness, Charles was talking about. Most of the time, people don't want to forgive other people. This is why, they can't forgive themselves, right? Because you even the Bible tells you that you forgive those who trespass against you. You know what I'm saying? Forgive yourself. You know what I'm saying? Forgive me as you forgive those who trespass against you. You know what I'm saying? So is the forgiveness for yourself come from you forgiving others? You see, that's when you're going to, if you can't forgive somebody else, for doing something, wrong to you or whatever the case you want to call it, if you can't forgive them for that, you will never be able to forgive yourself for allowing yourself, to be in that position in the first place.
Can I share something for a second regarding what Jay said? Okay.
Yeah.
From a woman's perspective, like for me, I'm going to speak for me. When I started to step more on my feminine side, I realized your heart is open more. And as a female, your heart is open more. And, it's just, men don't have that as much emotion as women. They don't. They just don't. Okay. And we open our hearts. And for me, when I get to a certain level, like I feel I am now, I would like to help share, conversate with other people who would like to learn, not have, weird energy get in the way. Everyone be open-minded, basically just kind of forget everything we've been taught, and come together and share ideas. But if everyone's going to be at different energy levels, and I know that's for a reason, that's set in place for a reason, it does make it hard. And then I've been over here, like for myself, thinking, oh my God, why can't people, I know the world's bad and things are going to shit and it feels that way, but, don't lose your love. Don't close your heart. Don't let it get to you. But I know as a woman, it's hard. And then I saw the other side of the pendulum and I was like, but now I can see. If you get hurt so many times and then you see how people are acting, like you said, it gets repugnant. People get repugnant. And I'm at a point right now, literally in my life, and I'm not going to lie, and you could probably hear it in my voice, that when I hear somebody talk repugnant, well, I'm not going to lie. I either want to go the other way because I know I'm going to be like, you still hurt and you haven't dealt with your trauma. I'm getting too honest now because I'm going too deep within. And I see things for what they are. And a lot of people won't handle it. So then I got to sit over here and balance. Do I be quiet and let them live like that? Or as a decent human being and how I feel, you uplift people. So to me, you would say, because that's what made us all pussies and victims along the way. Oops, I'm sorry, I'm too blunt. And victims along the way. Why don't we uplift each other? Like, hey, slow down there, Jack. Why are you getting so aggressive? We're just talking here.
But look, Kimber.
And it hurts.
Look, the kingdom of God is within. So before you could lift up any, anybody else, you have to lift up all the version of yourself that's within.
Yeah, but some people you're not going to lift up at all.
That's
And
what I mean by
you're gonna end up hurting yourself by trying to take on that energy.
Well,
Sometimes it's best just to walk away.
Well, everything.
Because unless they're ready to receive positive energy, you're going to be putting it out, and you're going to get the negative back. That's going to really diminish you.
A part of you is negative, man. Listen, a part of you is negative. A part of you is positive. A part of you is neutral. A part of you is dramatic. A part of you, you see, all the different thing that exists is a part of you. So you have to embrace that part of you as that love, that drama. A part of you, that love to be positive. A part of you that also love the negativity. You have to embrace all these versions of yourself. Once you come together with all these different versions of yourself from within, you truly make peace with it. You truly piece all of it together, right? Like a puzzle. Then it's easy for you to be in harmony with someone that's dramatic on the outside, like, because you can be dramatic too, right? It's easy to be to get along with somebody that's on a positive note, even though you were sad, but that, okay, a part of me is happy, so I'm gonna tap into that part of me that's happy, right? Or you're gonna tap into the side of you that is dramatic, like, right? So is really all about you. The thing that you're seeing outside, as within, so without, as above, so below. The thing that you seeing outside is a reflection of yourself, of what you got going on inside of yourself. This is why you have to go within and make the change that you need to make in order to see it in the world. So, like I put in the chat earlier, we look for imperfection in the world, right? We look for imperfection, and it's the same thing we do for to ourselves. We look for imperfection, and this is what we get. We only get imperfection, but the world is already imperfect, which set us up to be perfect, right? If something is wrong, then it gives you the opportunity to make it right, or to be right. Without wrong, how would you know to be right? You had to be able to identify, okay, that's wrong, so I'm going to be right. But at the end of the day, that's not what we do. You know what I'm saying? So we just be looking, you know what I'm saying? And instead of just actually experiencing, life. Like,
there are people out there that just project negativity on a constant basis. People are unique. We're not all the same. But, to say that he's a reflection of myself, or somebody that just projects negativity as a reflection of myself, is kind of true, but in a spiritual sense. But I don't take responsibility for that negativity. I don't take it on, and I don't challenge it. If it's his being to be in a negative way, I'm going to let him be in his negative way. I'm just not going to interact.
So you're not even going to acknowledge the fact that you
I tried for many years positivity on many people that do just project negative, and you just get negativity back.
Listen to what I'm saying, though. So you're not going to at least acknowledge the fact that you realize that somebody is projecting. You're not even going to take responsibility for you realizing that somebody is projecting negativity.
My responsibility for their actions.
No, I'm saying you're not even going to be responsible for you realizing that, because at the end of the day, that person that projecting negativity might not look like that to somebody else. Somebody might love them for that. Might think that, oh man, this is the best person. Man, this is the most
they're pretty lonely. They're pretty lonely.
What you mean they're pretty lonely?
They live solitary lives, most of them.
We all do. That's why we have social media.
Shit, when I lived solitary life, it uplifted me, man, in a positive light.
You don't interact with people?
Yeah, but we have to leave our comfort zone to go interact with people, because everybody had their own comfort zone. So That's what socializing is.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
we all
I go out and socialize with people in real life. That's
Social
everybody
eyes.
do. Everybody do. Everybody socialize with everybody. Not with everybody, with some people. They might not socialize with your kind because you might think that okay, they're not my kind, or you might socialize with them because you feel like they're not your kind, right? But at the end of the day, birds of a feather flock together. So they have a whole bunch of people like them where they gather together, and be goofy and be negative and be, positive and be neutral. That's socialized. But at the end of the day, everybody is alone, or not alone, but on their own. Everybody is on their own. But we can't. That's the thing, though. We can't go around with our detectors detecting people that's being dramatic, detecting people that's being positive or neutral. We just have to enjoy the experience, enjoy the ride. Like I can't be on an airplane complaining the whole time. Like, oh man, like the turbulence is crazy. It might take the plane down. I can't even nah. You have to be able to relax. Like this is the best way to handle a situation that's could cost you your life. Is to just relax. Is to just be calm. You can't have a heart attack and panic. You gonna die, or you might have a panic that leads you to a heart attack. So you have to be able to calm yourself down, like take a deep breath. Like all right, let me just enjoy this right now. You know what I'm saying? Let me just let me just be. Let me just let it be. You know what I'm saying? We don't think like that, man.
no, you kind of lost me way back there.
What you mean?
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Well, you don't have to stand under it or understand it. I'm just saying basically what I'm saying. Yeah, but that's what we do though. We going around with our detectors trying to detect the negativity. We all radar, like okay, this.
Okay, yeah, sure. And we detect the positive. We look for positive and we look for negative. I have a very active third eye. Even if I'm not looking for something, I'm going to feel the energy of people around me. Like I have no choice. I don't just turn that off and on. Well, I suppose I could, but it's kind of on it all the time. So you're going to feel the energy coming off of people.
No, well, I'm gonna feel the energy that I'm sending out to people, right? That's the energy I'm gonna feel, and all the energy I feel is my energy. I don't feel other people energy, like literally. I don't be feeling people energy. I be feeling my own energy. I be in my feelings. You heard people talk about, oh, men can't be in their feelings. They can't be emotional. I stay there in my
Wait a
feelings.
minute. Hold on. Stop the train right
Hold
there.
up. Hey. Oh,
Hold
my bad.
up. Wait a minute. You said you stay in your feelings. Hold
Yeah,
on. Keywords. Okay,
yeah.
you stay in your feelings. Okay, hold on. Slow down there a second, Naga. You stay in your feelings. If you stay in your feelings, what is that doing for your mental state? I'm just curious because we know how feelings can get, right, my friend? Staying in the feelings. Sometimes you gotta deal with it and get out. It's a balance. Again, we've been talking about balance and good and all this positive, negative. You said stay in feelings. How does that go, though? How does that work?
Yeah, I get I be I get filled up, right?
Oh,
Because I have to all that everything that I'm pulling, right? Or everything that I'm pulling from the ether, pulling from the spiritual realm, gotta go somewhere, right? So I need to constantly be plugged in. I need to constantly
You were just saying you were separate, that you don't feel other people's stuff. You don't feel their energy.
because other people is my people, is me. Like I didn't just say that for no reason when I said, the world, people, the world outside is a reflection of the world inside. Like I literally mean that. So everybody is me. Like I'm talking to me right now on my device, on my phone. Charles is me, a version of me. Like I could literally see me being Charles. I could literally see me being Max, me being Kimber. I could literally see me being all these people. Literally. So I literally mean that. So all I could feel is my energy. I don't have time to be or not time, but I can't really comprehend, how something else can be outside of me. But to answer Kimber, like I said, I stay in my feeling. Like, the water company stay connected to the rivers because this is the source of water. They ain't create water out of nowhere because all that water is going somewhere, right? So they gotta stay connected, stay plugged in. That's what I mean by staying in my feelings. I don't know, or I'm not talking like what people think feelings is.
Okay, maybe I'm taking it wrong, but I was like, ooh, red alert, stay in your feelings. I mean, for me, I'm thinking that could get you triggered all the time, hurt, to sit in your feelings all the time. You've got to have that balance still. So that's why I was like, hold on.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what people think feeling is. But I'm not. That's why I say I'm not talking about what people think feeling is. I'm talking about what I think feeling is. So these words again, I said my bad, Charles. I'm about to give it to you right now. I said this all the time. Words is powerful because we give meaning to these words. We put our power into these words. So Webster didn't, give, define words for no reason. He was putting his power into these words. And that's what I'm doing too. I'm putting my own power into these words. I'm basically bending and turning these words and raise them, right? And lower them. In all direction. I'm doing this with this word in my mind. So that's why people have to get into my mind to see how I think or to see what I'm saying. You can't really just hear me say something and you just say assume it, which you could do, but just know that your assumption is not what I'm saying, right? Is what you're telling yourself I'm saying. Like when I'm hearing people talking, right? I'm telling myself, okay, this is what I hear. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hear you saying, camera, right? I'm hearing, see, see, I'm error, right? Or a calm error, right? You know how people being calm, you know what I'm saying? And in like I was saying, in a certain situation that they're supposed to be, lose control. So these are the way, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm telling myself I hear things. You know what I'm saying? This is the way I'm telling myself, okay, this is how I'm making sense of it. I'm not just going to make sense on things based on people think things make sense. I have my own sense, my own senses, my own eyes, my own, hands, my own skin, my own, mouth, taste, ears. I have my own everything. But y'all got it. I don't want to hug the mic. I know Charles wanted to say something.
I just I got these videos I'm gonna play in a minute. We can talk over them because these are for the people who don't have a telescope. I went and I searched and found good videos of Venus, Mercury, and some other wandering star. But people must see these because once they see real stars and then they look at NASA, it all makes sense to them. NASA's like Disneyland. That's why Disney and NASA are one and the same. If I'm not mistaken, Disney, the guy, Walt Disney or whatever his name is, German Aeronautics, that's NASA. It's all one and the same. And they love cartoons, NASA.
Really? I didn't know that.
I could be mistaken,
Disney?
but I could have sworn Walt Disney and German Aeronautics and NASA, they're all, let me look it up.
I haven't heard that yet. Disney and NASA. Interesting.
I'm looking it up now to make sure I'm not wrong. I know I was reading something and Walt Disney and NASA somehow.
They want to send our kids to the moon. I'm going to make a bad joke. Okay.
Well, if this place has like a reset where something triggers because we're in a machine, like a machine that's like a clock, but it reminds me of being in a light bulb. But if it resets, these people know this because they were underground. Probably other times that happened. Well, this time they probably realize when it resets, the energy field turns off and they could fly out with their rockets, if I'm not mistaken. That might be one of their plans before it turns back on and becomes an enclosed system again. I think it might reset and that energy field goes off. The sun and moon go off, the stars, that's why they said they've seen stars falling, which could have been sparks. You could be in a giant Tesla, like a giant Tesla coil, or what I showed you before. I used to have it as my screen. What do you call that? Like a screensaver before. I usually have one up when I start my videos.
Look at Bex's comment. Disney was a main investor for the moon landing, providing care.
Okay.
Oh, so my joke wasn't too bad. He sent the kids to the moon, right? Okay. All righty. Oh, so the story goes, right? So the story goes. Okay. Yeah. Assumptions bring confusion. Yeah.
See that right there, letting me know that the moon is not what they think. Is not what they say. What people think they say it is. The moon is a land. Is a mass land. Is a land mass. That's why you could land in the moon, right? Like how you could land on the earth. But we don't, we think.
Some think it's a reflection too. It could be another land. It could be. Some people believe that we're looking through a portal to another land. If that's what you're thinking, that's a really cool one. That it's like a hole in the sky, and there's a whole other realm above us. Be neat if it was like they were upside down walking, and kind of like in Australia or whatever.
So are we saying that's where the rain come through when rain falls?
No, it depends on your theory, on what you believe. There's so many different beliefs and theories on it. I like them all.
I just think it's a mass land. It's a
like somebody will say, "Oh, I'm a flat earther," but what kind of flat earther? That's my question. Because there's so many different variations.
Yeah, I'm just a
truther. But flat is flat, though. Flat is flat. It doesn't matter.
Is it an infinite plane? Is it a disc? Does it have a finite edge? Is there anything underneath it? What's above it? Is there a dome? Is there space? Is space empty? Is space full of water? There's all these different ideologies that go along with it.
Yeah, I agree. But what I'm saying is that it's still flat. It don't matter what they throw on it. The flat earthers, it don't matter what they associate with their theories. It still don't change the fact that they think it's flat. And and that's what I'm saying. You know, with the moon thing. You know, people could throw anything, right? Because I like to think everything is everything, and everything ties into everything. I speak. You know, I always talk about that on my channel, right? So it don't matter what I think associated with the moon being a landmass. It's just a landmass. Like right now, we right here on Earth. There's a lot of things we don't know about the Earth. We'll have to, to theorize
Yeah,
about.
I'm a kind of a globe earther, but I don't know what size it is. I think it might be bigger. That's a possibility. That might make it
See,
appear to be completely flat.
and look, me and Max don't argue, or I always known he was more leaning towards the globe, but that don't bother me.
Yeah, always
You know,
keep
I'm
an
not
open
gonna.
mind, man. Always keep an open
Yeah.
mind. If it proves out to be flat, man, I'll be, damn, that's cool. It's not going to crush me or anything. You know.
I think we're inside the globe, or the ball. We're in the cosmic egg. It's like a gyroscope. You would have the plane, and then
My
the
friend Paula
energy.
believes in the cosmic egg theory. She thinks it's an egg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Paula. Yeah,
Well,
Paula. I know Paula.
Yeah.
So what shape is infinity?
Mobius loop.
A what?
A
All the
Mobius loop.
shapes.
Mm.
All the shapes are infinite.
I thought of donut Earth too. I had an interesting theory where the Earth
Fire tube.
went through several different stages. You know, where it was kind of a mass, and then it turned into a donut shape, and eventually it became a meatball. You know, so
I
it
heard
went through.
that too. I heard the donut scenario, and I was like, "Oh my!"
Yeah. Well, if it did, like you say, it was morphing or changing shape at the time, or soft enough to do that, it could start off as a donut shape and then move to like a hollow spheroid or something. You know. I
Well,
don't know.
yeah. Now the planet
I
sounds
think
like Play-Doh. I mean, come
Yeah.
on, it sounds like Play-Doh, like a big
Yeah.
thing of. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It was
Well,
I
apparently
think
in ovids. It was a toothy, fleshy mass, so it wasn't really solid.
well, I think infinity is a infinite shape. It's just an infinite shape.
Just constantly changing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's cool.
Or it don't have to be constantly changing. It could just constructed of all the different shape that you could think of is already
Oh, thanks.
is connected. They all connected together. So it could be changing into different shape, or it could be all different shape together. So I don't think it's just a specific shape, and I don't think infinity can be a specific shape. If that's the case, it's not really infinity. So how can
Yeah,
the Earth?
infinity. Imagine nothing. Try and do that. Imagine nothing. It's a very difficult thing for a human being to do. So infinity is kind of, it's outside of our comprehension. It's just infinity. It's
Yeah,
like the
exactly,
ineffable.
exactly. Like it's like certain things is is too far for your eyesight.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing with infinity. It's just something that you can't just grasp like that. It's something you have to experience.
Science uses this a lot when they can't figure out a problem. They put an infinity in there, and boom, everything works out.
or they say it's a theory, like the theory of gravity.
Yeah.
Or they
Yeah,
took buoyancy and density and created gravity. One word for the two. And confuse people. Because gravity's got torn apart.
Yeah.
My
There's the
opinion.
electromagnetic theory of gravity. There's mass. They believe mass causes gravity. So
I think it's like electricity and electromagnetic energy.
Mm.
Static electricity, all that. Like, this is definitely an electric universe. I forgot this guy's name, and he had a video he made, and showed
I've watched
how
Electric
it
Universe.
works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I can't find it. I have to look. Yeah.
No,
That
the
was an
the
awesome
Matrix.
video. Awesome.
I actually think the Matrix is an electric universe.
Yeah, if it's a Matrix, it would be electric too, right?
Well, no, too. I think that's the only thing that's electric in the universe. Is
Boogie
the
Yoogie Yoogie. Oh, my bad.
I think everything's electric,
no?
even
I don't
us.
think anything is electric.
Yeah.
Everything.
We're all
can-
vibrating.
I think we're light consolidated.
Yeah,
Everything
without
Quick,
the
everyone,
electricity.
everyone throw out your ideas. I'm just
Yeah.
kidding.
No, it's fun. I like it.
No,
Yeah, because it shows people, look, people are communicating without arguing and name
Yeah.
calling and all that dumb shit that
Right.
makes the conversation stagnant. And
What do you think,
loopy.
Kimba?
Yeah, what
I
do you
don't
think,
know. I'm
Kimba?
taking in it all, so I can't keep up at the moment. That's why I'm like, wait, hold on. This is why I'm hearing you, Naga, you. I'm like, oh, quick, everyone throw out your idea.
Yeah, I love people with different ideas.
Yeah.
It makes me think.
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly. Well,
That's why I love flat Earth idea, because I like to work how the science of it and the how it would be put together.
I think it's an
really
infinite
amazing.
plane.
Yeah, that's
somehow there might be other. I think like God too, man. The creator, the source, the energy that makes everything alive, or what we call alive, makes it vibrate and all that. To me, that's the source of it all. And the bodies are like cars, because the energy is have an experience. You need the flesh, right? It's a vehicle.
Yeah, that's a good
Otherwise-
question. What came first, consciousness or matter?
Yeah, like
Could it
the
be-
egg or the chicken.
Yeah.
Could it be magnetic?
Oh yeah, yeah. They've proved that remote viewing has a large. It's very impacted by magnetics. The magnetic field of the Earth, they claim, holds the memory of mankind, and pretty much everything. Like everything is resonated through the magnetic field to every cell, every organism. So the Akashic record, or the record of existence, is in every particle. But in remote viewing, there are things called magnetosomes. You can look at Star Wars if you want for midi-chlorides. It's the same thing. They're little creatures that live in us, and they make crystals. And these crystals align themselves with the magnetic field. And there's large numbers of them on the surface of our brain, and there's large numbers of them in our pineal. And they work with the magnetic field
That's
to
awesome.
give us vision.
I didn't know that. Because the eyes, I think it was the comedian. What's his name? Anyway, it was a black comedian. I'll say black, even though I'm black.
Yeah.
He mentioned when you die, your eyes turn into crystals because your eyes are prisms.
Oh, neat.
Now, how I have many speculations on why they put us in a box, within a cement box. At least on the East Coast here, they put you in a casket, lock it. It's supposed to be airtight. It could be. They put you in the ground, and because I watched my grandfather. My mom was cremated, and then my grandfather and uncle. They put him in a freaking box within a box, and it was like the Egyptians. They had a cement cover. The casket was in the cement box. And I was looking, and I said, "That ain't for Chuck. I'm not being buried in prison."
Yeah, they're preserving you. They're
I was
preserving you, not your body or your organs, but they're preserving your consciousness, right? They're preserving your consciousness, where they could just go, if they could find your grave, then they could go there, and find your bones, right? That's what Skull and Bones is about. That's what the Masons is about. That's why the whole government system is about. It's about channeling the dead. It's about preserving the dead. Like the Egyptian, right? All that mummy fine thing. It's about preserving their consciousness. Where you could communicate with their consciousness.
Yeah, I heard something like that, Nog. I was gonna say something so they can preserve or bring your. Okay, you said conscious. I was thinking soul. I didn't know what word to use. I heard that too.
I
So,
heard
like, if
it
you're,
was for resurrection that they wanted
oh
to be
yeah,
resurrected like Osiris.
but
Yeah,
if
that's
you're
what I was saying.
cremated,
Due to
Yeah,
cremated, that
genetics.
can't be done. That can't be done if you're cremated.
yeah, is that's all that's
Be right
true.
back.
You know, that too. Because if they can communicate with your consciousness, right, then they could guide your consciousness back to another body. It's easy, right? Like if you're communicating while you're communicating with me right now through the phone, you could literally guide me to where you at, or I could guide you to where I'm at, right? So is this that's what they're doing. They basically guiding, you know. That's why these people are talking about the return of the Messiah. You know, the Messiah is returning. Jesus is returning. He's coming back. All these things they're talking about because they're literally bringing these things, these entity back, right? In order to, to formulate or reset, or in order to perpetuate the the loop, that we keep going through. We keep going through a loop.
Okay, so Naga, I want to ask you something real quick, and this is just my own personal thing. Let me ask you. So, what do you believe happens if you get cremated?
Well,
Only
I
because
think
I have my sister cremated, and I have her ashes here, and it was just 2 years ago. So, just for my own personal reason, what do you believe? I want to hear. I mean, or whatever. What's your idea? What's your thoughts on that?
I think your consciousness, it got purified. If your was cremated, your consciousness is being purified. Because the fire is a purifier.
Huh.
So your consciousness is free. Your consciousness is basically in a position where it can do, it can decide for itself. It's not trapped waiting on, on nothing to guide it. Your consciousness can guide itself, to wherever it needs to go.
Oh wow. Anyone else have any thoughts on that, Max? Charles? If you're cremated?
I just got back.
Yeah.
I was
I
gonna
put
I
my
was gonna
mom's
say that
ashes in
China is
water.
trying to trap the soul as an energy source.
Yeah. Right.
When I dumped ashes into the water for my mom, it looked like flesh. It was the weirdest shit ever.
Really?
It went from dust. It looked like flesh floating in the water.
Mm.
This is Epcot Center, Disney. You go inside that ball. That's the cosmic egg.
Yeah, London was
Here's
showing Epcot Center, and how if you look from the top of it, it actually looks like a bird.
Huh.
Like an ancient bird that they drew. Yeah.
That's what Earth looked like. It's a plane, right? It's an infinite plane, not a flat plane or a bird. It's an infinite plane. It looked like an airplane, like a huge bird.
See, I'm for the feathered part, but I believe it's a giant dead feathered dragon.
They do use a lot of dragon and bird symbology in their crests, or these lions too, and Gretchen's. But that bird, the bird, it's like the most popular government seal or whatever.
Yeah, that's especially the eagle, king of the sky.
Oh my! Look at that face.
That's supposed to. This is from China, but I was showing this because of the other picture I had showed of they allegedly froze Disney's dome piece.
Wow.
Damn.
That's scary. Very,
Think
very
of the
scary.
Simpsons. Well, remembers that episode in The Simpsons when they had all those important people's head froze?
It's the same thing with putting you in a box 6 feet deep. It's the same thing. But in fact, that right there, when they preserve your body like that right here, they have a better, they have better access to you, to your consciousness, because your consciousness never leave the body until the body is decomposed, right?
Let's see.
Meanwhile, Charles is going to leave this picture on for us to look at.
But yeah, the earth is dragging you. You know what I'm saying? It's dragging you with it. So, that's a dragon right there.
That looks like Bram Stoker's Dracula. I'm not going to lie. You seen
It
that
does.
movie? Right? When he's older, that's when he's not the young, good-looking one. That looks like Bram Stoker's Dracula.
You know what I was thinking about? All right, in Disney, like, remember Universal in the beginning of the movie? They would have the globe and stuff. I think it was Universal, or whatever. But Disney also had in the beginning of their movies or shows or whatever, the castle, and that little fairy would come down with wings. And then she would fly up, reminds me of a rocket. They would have they would show the stars at the beginning of the Disney, that little fairy flying to the stars. But they played a big role into using this ball right here. They went from flat, knowing the place is like level with water and all that. I think we live on an infinite plane. How and why we're contained, I don't even know how true that is. Maybe the energy don't come all the way down. It could be like a hallway. Who knows? I haven't been there to say it's fact.
What if we're like a Fibonacci spiral? That'd be cool.
I think that's what's at the center. The energy. It's like a Fibonacci sequence. It goes up, like sort of like an apple shaped. That's why my theory on that is HARP is biting into the apple. Aurora Borealis, the energy.
But that's why you can't really put, a specific shape to the earth, because once you start seeing things with your third eye, which is from the mind, right? Then you could literally see. Yeah, then you can literally see how, it's all, it's every shape you could think of. You could see how it ties in,
We've looked at the Earth from above in remote viewing a few times in the class. Everybody sees a circle.
Nah,
I'm just telling you what the experience was. You can agree with it or not. That's fine. Doesn't matter. I'm telling you what we saw was a circle. And only after that, there were a couple of people who interpreted it as like a disc. But most people say they saw a circle. So they couldn't tell whether it was a globe or flat. But from what we saw, it seemed to even have an edge. So
I got a question.
Yeah.
How do you know that was the Earth?
Because that's what we were looking at.
I know that's what they tell you was looking at.
No, nobody told us.
Right. I know that's what they told y'all, but I'm saying, how do you know for sure?
Oh, come to class and find out.
Yeah.
The class?
Yeah, I do class. I do a class in
remote viewing. I haven't yet to do it either, Naga. I want to, so I'm gonna try it out,
bro. Listen,
so I think it's very possible.
Listen, bro. We have Google Earth. All that is a program. That's already programmed for certain things. So how do I know what I'm looking at on Google Map is exactly what I think it is? How would I know?
I don't know. I'm not here to debate it. I'm just telling you. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm not debating either. That's why I'm asking. How do you know?
Look,
I'm not.
What? But you're asking me. Tell me something.
Oh, I gotta ask you because you're the one that told me that
I
from
told you everything. I
from
told you all the information that I can give you on that.
Here we go. Here's some. They got tired of hearing us complain there's no stars in the background, so they put one little star. Like they get caught with some, like when I've seen the underground tank and I seen forgot where I seen the video of them in the underground tank and the fake ISS station, all made sense.
Yeah, they got that huge water tank to play in. Yeah.
In a blue screen, I said, there it is. There's your outer space.
Well, imagine how much
made in a
money they could
laboratory.
save with that, pretending they're building, doing stuff and all that. They could make a lot of money.
I think that's what it's about. It's about the money.
Man, it's about deception, bro.
They're
money.
They're
the
going
money,
somewhere. They're
the money
going
is
somewhere, and I think it's other lands they're hiding.
Be right
And
back.
they're building a civilization for them to dip up out of here, leave everyone for dead after they built everything for them. They're using us up, and they done stripped the earth where it's all poisoned everywhere, and then they're gonna bounce on us and leave us for dead. I'm telling you, man, these people used everything up. They sucked this place dry, destroyed it, poisoned it, and then they're gonna be out because people think we're on a ball. No disrespect to anyone, but I think that was part of the trick to put us on a ball. Even the flat Earth model, when you're domed in, it's still a prison.
man.
Now they're
already
hiding land for sure.
they already left.
Infinite plane.
They already left. Ain't no life or consciousness in these people. These people are just programmable AI.
Whatever they are.
They programming these robots.
That would be funny if they were like AI robots being programmed from somewhere else.
I mean, you could see, you could live it if you hear them talk. If you could truly see, if you truly have eyes to see, you can literally see the way they talk, right? The way they talk, the way they move is so robotic.
Biden.
Their train of thought is so robotic. It's a program. It's a program. It's not like where they're thinking. You know what I'm saying? What they're about to say, or none of that. Or even if you ask them a question to make them think, right? Like they will literally like show you that, man, ain't nothing to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what it is, because it's a program. Like they can't think.
All right, Kimba. Thanks for coming up. Let me play this video real quick.
Okay, wait, hold on. Play the video, but I want to say something to Naga real quick. I was just thinking this while I just walked around for a minute. Think of this for a second. This just came to my mind. When we came out of the womb, if we don't already know who we are and what to do, we already have to be given a program, right? Unless we come out of the, hold on, wait, because this is gonna be deep for a second. They have to give us something. So when we come out, we're like, we don't know what to do. We don't know how to come out, start getting our food, go into survival mode like a bird or, an animal or whatever else, We have to be given a program because of the structure they got us in, okay? So they give us a program. Now, if they don't give us a program to go by, when you come out, you must already know how to, take flight and survive. And I was just thinking that would be like a bird, like an animal, right? Like you learn from the mother and the mother only. So, a lot of it makes sense, even though it's stupid and it's bullshit the way they did it. But You got to give the people something to go off of so we know what to do. Otherwise, we just be a bunch of goofy people like, whoa, what did we do? But then the program they gave us was also shit. You know what I mean?
Well, I think I came out the womb already know what to do. Like, I came out the womb, I was looking for my mom's titties. Like, I knew that I needed some milk. And I was crying, like, where the titties at? I need some milk, right? So I think, man, you know, when I came out the womb knowing everything I already, you know, I needed to know, right? I just needed to experience
everything.
I just
Even
needed
before they smacked you on the butt, Naga, even when they smacked you on the butt to get you to cry when you come out the womb.
Yeah, actually,
No, he's Nagas. Nagas are dragon, right? And lizards and those types of creatures, when they're born, they're like a miniature, full-grown adult, man. They're ready to fight, defend themselves, and feed. You know?
That's right. Yeah, so they didn't have to do that for me, actually, Kim, but they didn't have to smack me in the butt. Like, I came out the womb crying as hell. Like,
So do you think you're more lizard than the rest of us, or not?
You say, do I think I'm more?
Yeah, you could be more lizard. You do, like, have you looked at the Nagas people? There's an incredible mud fossil that Roger has that's possibly a petrified Nagas head. It's really cool.
Yeah,
I'm gonna play this video, but you guys can mute.
What's good, everybody? So I went on this
Wrong video. Alright.
Oh yeah, this is like pictures of stars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they're like those sand, you know, those when you put sand on a vibrating table and it makes the shapes.
Yeah, cymatics.
Yeah, cymatics. Looks like that.
That's what I think when they say, you know, speaking into existence, or I say the stars are singing the songs of life. That as long as they're vibrating, we're alive. We're in a big hologram machine. All these vibrations are projecting with light, sound. Yeah.
We're in a big air fryer. We're in a big air fryer.
I just think everything these things mimic the natural stuff. So I don't think, you know, these things, you know, are coming from light, from electricity, from whatever they tell us, man. I think these things come from that. I think from studying these things, and we learn how to make the matrix. We learn how to create the matrix. That's literally how the matrix came to be. I don't think that, you know, these things, you know, that we have in the matrix, you know, is what describe what we got going on in real life. I think what we got going on in real life created, you know, the matrix. The matrix is a copy, is a original copy, you know, of the universe, the earth, the universe, the cosmos, like everything.
What's that?
I like the Nordic story of fire and ice. When fire met ice, and that was when matter actually started to become, and it swirled into a great cow in the Gunganap. The Gunganap was the void, and no, it's a beautiful story. I wish somebody would illuminate that into like a short or a video or something.
Wish you would go to another star planet. I think this is, I don't know what star. It ain't Jupiter. It's not Saturn. It's not Mars. Could be Mars, actually. Or it could be just any old star.
Have you ever zoomed in a star?
There's some more.
goes again. Shorten out.
Has anyone of y'all ever zoomed in to the stars?
Yeah,
That's
like
the
this.
power lines in between me and the
This is
stars.
what they're doing. I
Venus.
don't have a telescope, so.
Venus, he said.
Oh, cool.
It's Venus. Look how vibrant she is.
Oh, beautiful.
What if I wanted to call her
Everybody
Kathleen?
think we landed on
I wanted
planets.
that to be Venus.
By any
See
other name,
this.
she would be free.
Yeah, it's still moving. Dropping below.
You ain't landing on
Moving
that,
fast.
people. How does NASA give that garbage of a cartoon that you can land on? I mean, come on.
The
You can't land on
in,
that.
The V is in us.
Be behind those trees here in a second.
V.
With the speed that is
we are
moving.
Venus.
How much? 4 minutes, 7 minutes? Why don't you go to another star? Come on, buddy. I got another star set up already waiting to play, but I want to see if you go somewhere else.
I like the ones that look like they're dancing in water, with little sparks flying kind of off of them.
Yeah, stars do all sorts of stuff. Alright, let me see this one. You could unmute if you want.
Yeah, that
I
one's
just
sending
wanted to
sparks off
change.
the edge, eh? Looks like it's got little sparks coming off the edge of it.
Just reminds me of like something you would see inside of a they say the world's a stage. It's like we're in some sort of a movie playing out, like a hologram machine or a DVD player or something. Projecting light with the vibration. It's very interesting.
This looks like a disco ball.
You could just see they're all different frequencies too, a bunch of different. Yeah, go to another one.
You know what?
I have a video that shows a bunch of different ones.
You know what these videos remind me of? What is that called? I think there was something like a game or something like that where you used to be able to look inside of it and you will see like different game or different pictures or different things like that. I forgot what this is called. I'm gonna try to find it. But that's what they are telling.
That's awesome, man. I could look at stars all night. And you know it's odd, or not odd, but you know it's like the synchronism of the insects chirping at night with the stars chirping in the sky. The vibration. Just like cicadas in the daytime, you got crickets at night. They're vibrating to a frequency, chirping or rubbing their wings together. That shit's awesome. That shows everything's alive. If the insects stop, we got a fucking problem. You know? That's why, you know, when they sell these
when it gets
lawn
really quiet,
products.
when you're in the woods and it gets totally quiet, that's when you know to leave. Means a big predator could be there or something weird.
Yeah, because you ever notice when you walk by crickets, they'll stop if you make a sound or something. Yeah, it's true. The birds aren't speaking to you. Yeah.
I love walking by. We've got this couple of hedges around me. They're big hedges, and the birds love to be in. There's hundreds and thousands of birds in these hedges, and everywhere you walk by, they just go silent. And then after you're about 2 meters back, they start chirping again. It's hilarious. They're so cute.
Yeah, I'm going hiking in about a week and a half. I got it planned out already. If I have to walk all the way up there, I'm going.
I'm going this afternoon, I think. I got a little hike ahead of me. We have the Devil's Punch Bowl. We haven't been there in a while.
I'm going to play this when you're done, Max. This one last video when you're done. It's just about the brain.
I was looking for a video a friend sent me a while ago, how they plan to take people with that are failing in health, take their head off and put it onto another body. They've got it all planned out, how to do it, what technology to use.
I've seen something on that.
Yeah, I just couldn't find it. Because we were talking about Anubis and death and all that. But
imagine they can have like some sort of AI robot, the ones that fix cars and stuff, somehow operate, attach, the ligaments, veins, and all that would have to heal within each other. But I think it's possible at this point.
Oh, yeah. With the robot arms they've got now, and the speed they can work at, No, I still can't find it. Oh well, no big deal.
Ha! They probably put Kobe's head on Myles Garrett's body. Yeah, because they do look, man. There's something about that aura, man, that I watched some of these videos of how a lot of these so-called, whatever they want to be called, stars, or even though we're all stars, but the idols fake their death, they play many roles. I think that's very, very strong possibility.
Yeah. Like the Epstein thing, like what ambulance driver rolls a body out with the sheet rolled back so you can see the body?
Right.
That never happened.
That's very true.
That never
That's
happened.
kind of like, what do you got to prove, right? That's fishy.
Yeah, that's kind of fishy.
And they call us conspiracy theorists. Just because we pay attention to the detail.
Yeah.
Bad. Celtics, the thing I see about this year's NBA championship, one big thing I see before the playoffs started was NBA championship, if I'm not mistaken, 185. And if the Celtics win this year, they'll be 18-5 all time in the NBA championship. So they're 18 and lost 5. So,
Yeah, it's all predetermined, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Very good.
Yeah, there was some like numerology behind the whole Taylor Swift thing. I didn't pay any attention to it because I really don't want to.
Oh, for the NFL, yeah.
But yeah, they do their little rituals and they have like things happen on certain dates. It's also scripted. Yeah, definitely conspiracy.
Let me play this video real quick.
Yeah.
Get it out the way. It's only 3 minutes.
So I thought I would do a little detail here on the creation of the atom brain, and what I've got right here is I've got a picture of the actual creation of Adam, and what I did was I adjusted the contrast so you could see all the folds and stuff right there in the middle here. And this is an actual high resolution of what we see inside the Sistine Chapel. It's an actual photograph. And so then what I've got on top of that is a gray.
Doesn't it kind of look like all the people in there, all of his thoughts keeping him back, and he's reaching for God?
Layers of it. But what I've done is I've created a picture so you can see the transition, and I want to show you because sometimes the fade is not the best way to do it.
Hold on.
Let's take a look.
Also, wait till after.
Real quick. And I've separated it out for you. Here it is. So first we'll take a look at the transition of the brain. And let's just go ahead and zoom in to say 200%. So here's the transition of the whole brain up here. from left to right. Now below, I have the area of God's arm. And I want you to take a look at what that looks like and where his elbow actually is. This is the cingulate gyrus. Notice the lines in the folds of the brain compared to his arm. You can see how that goes all the way through.
It's amazing.
Let's zoom out to say 150. You can really see it all together like that.
Hi, Max.
And then down here you have the fornix. You see how the fornix is and how it stops? Okay, now take a look. That's what the fold is.
I didn't know that was Adam. I thought Yahweh was the one reaching out
400%.
in the brain, but that's Adam and Yahweh's the other guy?
Yeah.
And we'll take a look at that real quick.
Oh, man.
Here's your fornix.
So I
Second
think
one.
that these giants,
The third one.
these gods, they call it the gods,
And her arms are the
I
corpus
think we're
callosum.
smaller versions of them, genetically
And you have
modified.
the
That's
last
my
one.
opinion.
Here's your fornix. And here's your
Yeah, I have
fornix
a
coming out right here.
new theory I've kind of glommed to and I like.
Once again, let's take a look
That,
at the arm.
you know, it goes along with a story
It is.
where El Elyon, because it's
Second
it's a
one.
writing that I
Third
heard.
one.
I don't have this writing myself, but El Elyon
Original. And then you
divided
finish
up the
top.
earth between 72 gods,
First
one
one.
of them being Yahweh, but he was the most
Second one.
favored, or he was the only one that survived
The third
the
one.
wars and fights they had.
You can see it really well here with the
But
fornix.
they
Corpus
would
callosum,
take
bend
the
in his
people
elbow, his
in their
shoulder,
area
curve up to
and
his
make
head
them
and
in
everything.
their image by whatever means they used, probably screwing us, or maybe even genetically modifying us, whatever method. But that's one theory on how we ended up with all the different versions and sizes, different men.
I look at everything as infinite. Like if I was to, like I said this before, like if I look in a microscope and you watch all the microorganisms moving around, they're very aware of what they're doing. Would be the same as a Titan looking through a microscope at us. It's just infinite.
Yeah, I've wondered how big that goes. Like we have the constellations in the sky that represent animals and other figures. Were they really there at one time? Or maybe they're the same size as us, but we're viewing through a lens? I don't know. But I thought it was an interesting theory with like mud fossil,
Yeah.
that they actually were beings that were strewn in the sky for some reason and burnt up by the electrical currents going through, and all we have left now is stars and the memory of
We
what they
can't
were.
leave
Yeah.
because the stars are a microscope.
Yeah.
We're stuck. We're living in the what's that dish called? That they have?
Petri dish.
Petri dish.
Yeah.
That's a microscope lens, the firmament. We can't get out. Bing, bing, bing. Let me out. Yeah, that's the Bible to me. It's like God. Like when they tell some of these stories of Titans, I used to daydream and just start thinking like, man, we're like God's ant farm.
Yeah. Well, I questioned my minister about that. I questioned him about everything. I used to talk to him after church. And I asked, he had reasonable explanations for most things. Giants were kind of a hard one, but I kind of accepted, yeah, okay, there could have been bigger people back in the past, when I was young, like around 8 or 9, But then, like a few years ago, you start running into all this weird information, like mud fossils and all that. And wow, maybe it's a lot more real, than we thought.
The Bible is like a chess game, and it's designed that way. It's like very well thought of psychological warfare. Because they were like, well, what if the people question this? We have to have an answer. So they thought, that's why I have answers for everything.
Yeah.
Almost. I've rarely heard a preacher say, "I don't know." Probably never. Exactly.
Yeah.
Think about it. That's
we weren't even supposed to read the Bible. That was a crime you could be killed for if you weren't a priest until the invention of the press, and then the information got out.
Even
Well,
the
it's
story
a lot
of
of
the
it.
Garden of Eden. Like
A lot of it's
families.
rewrites, like the Old Testament and all that. That's rewrites of older stories. They're Sumerian tales, but interpreted through Judaism.
I think, my opinion, these books, these so-called religious books, should be taken as that, a book. Because what makes any of these people in these stories more important than your life or your family's life? I think we're all just as important.
Yeah, they're good guides, you know.
Yeah. Like as far as like rulers ruling over people, you know, I get it. Even the animal life has rulers too, like leaders and stuff. But
yeah, they changed the King James. The changes they put in the King James was to support the kinghood. You know, support the listening to your king part of it.
They take advantage of a lot of situations to use for their evil deeds. You know, get people to build them war machines. How can we do that? Get people to fight their wars. How can we do that? You know, stuff like that. Like if they did bounce on us because they figured out that the firmament opens at this reset, and we built them all their machines to escape, or their boring tunnels and their underground things to survive in. But they didn't. Last time I checked, we don't have any underground place to escape to. But we built it for them. It's wild. They got us to do it all for them somehow.
Only places like Russia and Switzerland.
Yep, Russia. I've mentioned that.
They've got
you know,
bunkers and stuff. They've protected their people. They're ready for nuclear war.
I like Putin in a way because look, he even outlawed GMO stuff. He said, "You're making it sick in my people." What a power move in the chessboard. What a power move.
The Russian people apparently just covered for each other and didn't really bother with it. They did bring out their own vaccine, but apparently almost nobody took it.
I think that's how countries stay strong, is they don't worry about everyone else, just their own. And that's a big mistake of the U.S. is they're always in someone's business. Because we have the wrong people leading our country. They don't give a shit about nothing but them, and they're globalists. They don't care. I think these people are from Britain, and they're the people that left Britain and came here didn't want anything to do with Britain when they got over. They said, "This is our chance to be free." And they probably didn't like that, so they said, "We're going to send reinforcements and ruin this shit."
Oh, they subverted it. Right? They subverted it right from the beginning. They got their people in here and started infiltrating the government right from the get-go.
I would like to know why my ancestors left Germany and Poland and came here.
Mine left.
I asked my grandfather. He didn't know. He said, "I don't know."
My family's been in Canada for 300 to 400 years, somewhere around there. We left for food.
And probably because, you know, a lot of Europeans were promised land, and when they got here, the trick to that was you got to work to get the land and pay for it. They didn't tell, you know, people were told there was free land for you to start a new life, but that was cocky pock. That was to get them over here. Propaganda.
Well, yeah, but you couldn't own land. Like my family came from Scotland, and we weren't allowed to own land there. Only the nobles could own land. So you had, if you wanted to own anything, you had to leave.
See, that's when people got to band together. You know, these people with so-called power and money think they could do what they want, but we can't do anything, and that's the problem that I see. Like,
they banded together. They banded together and paid people to be armies and subjugate us. You know, there's always the useful idiot. You know.
Yep, the gullible. I'm just gullible to at times, but I'm just grateful that somewhere along in life I realized something happened. I don't remember what, but it changed my whole thought process of trust and not getting fucked over. I said, never again is this going to happen.
Yeah.
And, yeah, that plays a big part. People can say paranoid or whatever, but at least I'm always prepared for the most part.
Well, Jesus said to cast all your things aside, family and everything, and follow him. And that doesn't mean to throw your family away. It just really means to throw the things that are dragging you down or negative in your life.
Right.
To increase the power of the Christ in you.
Like, I clown Jesus and make jokes and stuff like that because I think, in my opinion, you know, I don't take it so serious. Like, these are pieces of wisdom that you can apply to life. In any book, I could pull stuff out and apply it to my life to elevate me.
Yes.
But to worship and to bow to these people, these priests and preachers, and for them to stand on the stage and you look up to them like you're below them, no, I'm not with all that. That's wild. They're just the same as me. All these labels they put, you know, to me, we're all gods, goddesses, kings, queens. We're all should work to elevate each other. And even when that negative comes around, you need both. Negative can't exist without positive, and vice versa.
Yeah. They're taught a lot of the right stuff. Unfortunately, they're taught to yammer at God and to ask for things instead of just listening.
Well, when today I had brought up, let me pull this up. They were going to do a prayer, and I brought up, let me pull it up. Here it is. Boop. You know, and this goes for the Hebrew Israelites that stand on the corner, yell at people and yell it out. Say, "Excuse me, sir." Like, what's the guy's name? His channel. I watch it all the time. Dade Murphy. He brought this up, and I said, man, because he recites all these scriptures off the top of his head. He's very intellectual with the book. Me, I don't have barely any scriptures memorized. But yeah, Matthew 6, 5, and 6. And when thou pray, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet or home, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to, you know, the source, which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. But yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's not supposed to be a spectacle.
Right.
And the closet or the house is can be a metaphor for the mind or the pineal.
Nice.
The temple.
That's why they call it the dome piece.
Yeah.
Temple. When I figured out each pillar is the left and right side of the brain, or the same thing with the sun and moon, the negative and positive.
Yeah.
Same thing when I learned Satan was the god of material world. And then I learned that low vibrating light materializes. Everything started to come together for me. I said, now I get it. Okay.
Yeah. Hermetics and, you know, has a lot of that in it. And, you know, the masonry, once you understand Jacob and Boaz, and positive and negative, left, right. Even Mary and Jesus, they're representative of the positive and negative. Or sorry, Mary and Joseph. They're representative of left and right, and then the Christ in the middle. So, yeah,
That's Adam and Eve, right? Sun and moon.
Yeah. They repeat
took
it over and over again.
they took the woman out of the picture and they put the devil instead, another man. Or even the Trinity, they put three men, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
And then it's supposed to be man, woman, and child, though. That's the real Trinity. But
Yeah. If you read there's some ancient texts that write of Yahweh's wife. I forget what her name is, but yeah, Yahweh had a wife at one time.
Gaia?
No, not Gaia. I forget what it is.
From Gaia. I forgot the book that you have read told me to look into it. It has the Cyclops in it. It has Prometheus. What's the name of the book?
Yeah, Gaia is one of the daughters of the gods. I forget who she married.
Homer, the Book of Homer. I've started to read that on here at one time, but
Nice.
a lot of things were hard to pronounce, man. And
Yeah.
I just gave up on it. I shouldn't have, because I really liked the book. It talked about Prometheus and then the Cyclops. And,
Yep. Yeah, there's some contention whether the Cyclops came first or the gods or the Titans. So, depending on who you read, can be a little different. I think the Cyclops
one who burned his eye with fire. Then you stick a thing on fire in the eye of the Cyclops.
Prometheus gave us fire. Actually, there's a Google Earth image. I'll show you. It's really cool. Let's go to that. This. Now. There we go. Let me share this. Just because you mentioned Prometheus.
Yeah, I like the Book of Homer. I think that I have a couple books in line after this one. I might not do this entire book, but of witchcraft.
Yeah.
But I have a couple lined up. I'm gonna read.
Oh, where are we here? Right here.
And Homer, I think Homer is one I want to do. It's gonna be long. That book is huge.
So you see the guy, the shape that looks like a guy dunking a basketball?
Oh man.
I think that's Prometheus. He's got a sword.
You know what's crazy? What happens when you let off an atomic weapon? It'll leave your shadow. That's a possibility. Or his body rotted that way, but
yeah, you can kind of see his face a little bit too. Kinda.
he's about to go he's going airborne there. He's gonna dunk the ball.
Looks like his nose is here and his eyes. Like he's got almost like cat-like eyes.
You see where that dark line is? It almost looks like his left eye and his right eye is right in between that line. And then the mouth is at the bottom.
Yeah. It's creepy, eh?
Wow. Like Naga was saying, it is computer generated stuff, but I guarantee if you flew a drone high.
Oh yeah, that's there. It's there. I don't think he understands. I should give people a brief of how we do remote viewing. What it is
he wasn't getting it right.
Yeah, it works this way, Nagas. I give you a number. That number is linked to a target. It could be an image or a destination. You have no idea what the target is. I could tell you it's an image or a destination. That's not really a big deal. But then you just write the number down, close your eyes, and tell me what you see, because we're using the third eye at that point. And that's what we did when we were, viewing the Earth from above. So, it had nothing to do with what we saw on Google Earth. It had to do with what people saw from their third eye. They didn't know that we were looking at the Earth until after they responded. So that's why I say it was impressive that everybody said a circle. They were all very congruent. The results of it, you can interpret however you want, but I can tell you what they saw was a circle. It's neat. But yeah, this is really neat, Prometheus. That's really cool. I guess that's the fireball he's hurling to Earth or something. I don't know. Neat image.
Found a couple. Oh, I think I showed you that picture though. When I was looking at Europe, how I seen an animal. I showed you that. I got a couple other pictures I'm gonna throw up here. Oh, Max knocked himself off. Yeah, I know. Bill Walton did just pass away a little while ago. I think here's a couple giants here, and they're holding that technology in their hand, the Ankh. But this one's more like reminds me of some sort of a tuning fork in their hand. Then I wanted to show Max this, but he kind of disappeared. How this has whirlpools at the end, and look at it's showing what's in the mountains, which are filled with water, these caverns which probably collapsed, and that's how people are finding these are underground springs. Now look at these little slaves in this boat here, little people. Near Germany. And this is how big trees would have looked from far away. Now this architecture is, I forgot where this is. They say this is the fictitious island of California. Damn, right when I was going to show Max, he got knocked off, but everything happens for a reason. I want to see if I could find that other star video real quick before I jump off. I don't know. I don't think Max is coming back, so. Oh, I'll drop the link. My bad, Max. Son told me to check the chat too. That's wild. In my mind, it was like, Max is probably in the chat. You should check. Maybe the link ain't there. It's exactly what my third eye said. That's weird. I always listen to my third eye. It's like a beacon. What's it do?
Yeah, third eye will never steer you wrong. You can just interpret it wrong sometimes. But you got it right.
I found this picture. I think I zoomed in on it, but they're kind of like showing inside of these mountains.
Mm-hmm.
And they look like springs. And then there's also whirlpools at the end where they're dumping out. But people have said they're volcanoes. I forgot who had said that. I think there's springs in the mountains that are. This whole place reminds me of a water fountain. How the mountains are like water fountains. They're pumping the water's somehow pumping from in the earth. It comes up, comes out to, you know, streams, lakes, rivers, oceans, and it just keeps cycling.
Yeah, you know, Paul Cook came up with an interesting theory on like why they build these mega structures. He's seen cases where they fill in land in order to kind of sink the land, and what that does is it pushes up the water. And yeah, but if you read the ancients' writings, they say that the Tigris and Euphrates River come from the eyes of a dragon.
Huh.
So it's kind of like artesian wells might actually be arteries. So just the land mass is pushing down, and the water's coming up through them, through the actual arteries of, like we discussed earlier, trees or people or body parts or whatever. But that might have been a good reason for them to build the pyramids, is for water. Although they seem to have
aqueducts, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's a possible.
There's aqueducts in Europe too, I think.
Yeah.
Big aqueducts underground. Yeah, here it is. Boom, I found it. Cool. Oh no, don't tell me it was too fucking big. Are you kidding me? You know, StreamYard, they gotta do better with this. It wouldn't let me upload this 5-minute video. It couldn't have been that. Unless it uploaded the 5-minute one and it shot the other one off I had. I hope so. StreamYard. Oh, good. You can mute. This is the other one.
That looks cool.
I think this is Mars. Take this banner off. I hope this is the one that has different stars. The guy literally showing different ones.
Yeah, they should be.
It looks like water, right? Don't it look like water?
Yeah, where you're viewing it through water. Great to meditate on these forms and shapes. They say that they have the sound of stars too, like they can interpret what they would sound like, and these planets.
Because they have that giant telescope Lucifer, and I've seen where they shoot laser like a gun. They would aim it so the laser, they can hear the sound of the stars. That's awesome.
Wow.
I would love to try that. Yeah, I think he's only going to show Mars.
Okay. Still looks cool.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Yeah, I've heard some of the planets, what they sound like. Like you listen to Saturn, and it's really disconjointed. Like the sound of it is almost offensive. It's weird. Yeah.
That would be awesome to have that device to really tune into the frequency of a star. So this is near Germania. It's called hydrofallacy. Interesting. It's a fallacy now.
Hydrofallacy.
I
Everything's
thought
so
it said
phallic.
typhus. It's typus or typus? Intra, Elpis, Ricas, something. Well, it's near Germany. I know that much. Garcia. There is no infinite space. Olber's paradox. This means that every point in the sky will be bright, day or night. The night sky should be uniformly bright, but it's not. Olber's paradox for trees and stars. Clearly see. In a large enough forest, every line of sight ends at a tree. In a large enough universe, every light or every sight line ends in a star. The sky should not be dark. Well,
I don't know. I don't know about that.
When I look up, some stars, I've seen videos where people outzoom a star. Some stars look a little higher or farther, a little farther than others. It's like there might be 7 heavens or 7 layers to it. It's like a layered.
I like going by the ancient creation stories. So, and again, one of my favorites, the Nordic. So it kind of, the gods were licked out of the ether. And it seems like either, I don't know, but it kind of gives the impression that the universe is kind of growing, which kind of, I don't know, I think that's a good thing. Maybe we're like, the universe is a life form we can't understand, and it's growing constantly.
This reminds me of the 4 corners of the earth, and then the octagon. But it kind of like reminds me of what I forgot. I have to pull it up now. The name of it. Got the picture right here. So I was uploading some stuff on light and sound, gases.
Yeah, I always have a picture of light right behind me. It's that's how you get the Masonic square checkerboard, because light's a checkerboard, black and white.
But it reminds me of the Fibonacci sequence, or this. More like this, like a seashell.
Yeah.
That's kind of what this reminds me of in the center. Just infinite. It'll keep going and going and going.
Yeah, and
or
it adds sections and adds sections. That'd be cool. Oh wow, that's a neat.
You ever see that on the internet screen? When I forgot how people do it. And there's like a bunch of screens, and it just gets smaller and smaller, farther away. I've seen it a lot of times.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I can't bring the word to mind at the moment. It's a sequence, a constantly repeating sequence.
What do you think about this setup? I've never seen this setup here in the Bible. The fountains of the deep.
Oh, it looks like it's in kind of a pit too.
It's like it reminds me of SpongeBob when they would at the bottom of the bigger ocean.
What does it say on the lower left there, or the lower right?
Pillars of heaven,
right
or
beside
no, Sheol.
Yeah, pillars of heaven. The
Sheol.
Earth. Okay. And what
Sutton of the earth.
Okay. Let's
Realm of the earth. I can't see.
Yeah, I can't see the words very well.
I think it is realm of the earth, the Sheol.
Leviathan.
Yeah, that's that dragon.
Cool.
Chaos. Leviathan is the chaos, it says.
Right on. Yeah, the Leviathan can be directly related to the amygdala. It has a barbed tail, just like they described the Leviathan in the Bible.
And I was looking at this, and it reminds me of the serpent, and it also looks like a sperm, kind of, with the tail. What would I call that?
The first life forms would have been like a worm or, something like that. Something that formed out of that type of a shape,
Or more of this one was the one I was looking at. Same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, the descent into the ultraviolet. Like, if we are solidified light, then we're vibrating way, way above the ultraviolet, I would think, wouldn't we? Hi, Dominic.
Hey, Dom, what's up? That's the missing link. Is Dom up here?
Yeah.
Like Krypton. That reminds me of the moon. And then for the sun, I don't know. But Krypton definitely looks like the moon. Whatever. Krypton's the gas. Or xenon. It's helium, neon, argon, krypton, and xenon.
Yeah.
I thought there'd be 7.
I forget how many noble gases there are.
What does this look like to you?
Hold on, there might be 7.
Seven gases? I thought there was.
Many.
There we go. I added your screen.
18.
I didn't even know you were sharing, which is cool.
Oh, that was just a quick one of, that's the sound of Saturn here.
Oh, okay.
Really creepy. I don't like listening to it for too long, but
sounds like the Grim Reaper is about to come out of there, because that is Saturn's symbol.
it's creepy, yeah.
He has the Grim Reaper has the sickle, just like they use to cut the grass at harvest time.
This is Jupiter, much nicer.
That's odd. You would think Jupiter would have the Saturn sound, because they say Jupiter has an infinite storm going on that never stops. The Eye of Jupiter.
Sound of Venus.
This is how much I make per month with
stupid commercials.
It's a beautiful sound, really.
Yeah, that is a relaxing sound.
In comparison, yeah. Pluto.
You know, it'd be cool to take the sounds, right? Download them in the MP3, right? Then take P900 visuals of the stars, cut the sound off of that video, and overlay it with the sounds they're picking up for the planets. I think I'm gonna do that.
Some of them are really nice sounding. Some of them aren't, This is Pluto. Sound of Neptune. Let's go to Neptune.
Neptune. I always forget about Neptune. Did you see the NASA one where they put the dog? Sorry, I shouldn't have been talking.
No.
I think that's why.
Let's see, Uranus.
I never knew they played this sound. Which one is this?
This is Uranus.
I thought it would have more of a humming sound, like it's vibrating.
Well, you could change it to like that, I guess. This is just how they presented it, right? It's just a frequency that they've presented in this format at this tone.
Oh, okay.
Really cool. Venus sounded really good. I liked Venus the best.
When I used this DIY
12-hour
woodworking
videos,
method,
so
my friends laughed at me. But when I built over hundreds of projects and furniture, they...
all right, that's enough. Says there's 18 noble gases.
Wow, 18 noble gases. I looked at this and I thought of Thor's hammer.
Yeah.
Or the Tesla symbol. I think it was Fools and Tools said the Tesla symbol. If I'm not mistaken. And I said, wow. She's right.
Could be like a lens of
Thor's
an eye,
hammer.
too. Could be the side view of an eye lens.
True. Wow, good.
Visual
That's a
spectrum
good one.
coming through.
Nice.
I can't read what that says.
It
I
says
can see the north, south, east, west, but
the totem for the south is the wolf. The element is the fire. The color is yellow. The kingdom is animal. The quality, finding out human aspect, emotions. The manifestation, journeying, time, past, heavenly body, the moon, the season, summer, and the south is the close by place. The east is the far-sighted place.
Yeah.
The season is spring. Heavenly bodies the sun. The time is momentary. The manifestation is art and writing. The human aspect is spirit. The kingdom is human. The color is red. The element is air. And the totem is eagle. And then the north is the place of knowledge. Season winter, heavenly body earth, time future, manifestation philosophy, human aspect is mind, quality is knowledge and wisdom, the kingdom is mineral, the color is white, element is earth, and totem is buffalo. And the west is the looks within place. Season fall, heavenly body is the stars, the time is present, manifestation is healing, human aspect is physical body, quality is strength, and think that said strength and introspection. The kingdom is plant, the color is black, the element is water, and the totem is bear. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a native, I guess, circle and cross.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
this
the
is
knowledge
somewhere else.
crosses all people. Like they knew about the rainbow aura. They understood that, the natives. 33 vertebrae. They understood all the numerology, all the symbology, the right, left. They knew it. That's why they had to be squished.
This picture, I don't remember I found it, but it was confusing to me because what the heck is that? A ceiling? It looks like a ceiling where the heavens would be, but there's more land above.
It could be heaven. I guess would be our Christian interpretation would be heaven, and those would be the holy host looking down on you, I guess. But what is going on in there? That looks like there's people doing all kinds of different things.
Yeah, they're up there.
Are they
You
just
see
like
them
living a
running
regular
down
life?
here.
And
That's
yeah.
them up there. They're both naked up there too.
Oh, okay.
You see them to the right? That's
Yeah.
them.
Huh.
That's weird.
Yeah, it could be the mind. Could be like in the mind. That's neat. That's neat.
Yeah, you see the firmament back there?
Yeah, is it like they're going through torture or doing stuff up there? Like it looks like one of them is being attacked on the bottom left there.
Because it looks like heaven up above. In
Yeah.
a way.
Why would they be?
Maybe that was the garden.
Maybe, yeah.
I wonder how the weed would have been in the Garden of Eden. Some good puffing.
That would have been the bomb.
See how I only brought this back up because of Pluto. As you can see, that's the NASA picture of Pluto.
Uh-huh.
And then you could see they put the actual dog Pluto, but the person added the ears and the nose. So
Yeah.
Yep, cartoons for sure.
That's bizarre.
Man, this was a good live stream today.
I had a lot of fun. Lots of different ideas. I love it.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming by, Max. And Naga came, Kimba. Cage was here for a minute. I was surprised. Cage disappeared for a while.
Yeah, a week or two he's been gone. Hasn't done anything really.
I definitely. You're gonna do a remote viewing today or later?
Yeah, I do it at 11 o'clock, New York time. But I'm going to do another show on, I want to read this document to people. Where is it? Challenges in wireless body area network. I'm going to read that and go over that probably after dinner. If you want to drop by for that. It's got some cool descriptions and graphics in it to show people. So fun stuff.
I did a PDF the other day. I called it, the name of the live stream was remote viewing. It's called it remote viewing / para. I think it was parapsychology, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
It was about, I don't know if you sent me that particular PDF.
Nope. Wasn't me.
I think that one was mine, but I also showed some of the one from Think of the one you sent me. mind. I think
Yeah,
the mind is so much more powerful than we're being led.
I've got the review of the Gateway Project, but I haven't actually read that. And I also have a study from Laurentian University where they studied remote viewing, being able to turn it on and off with magnetic fields. That would have been what I would have sent you, because I don't really research remote viewing methods or anything. I kind of stay away from that. But a study on it was really interesting. They had this guy with, he lost like 3/4 of his brain, and he was still able to function and had all his memories. But his head got filled with like a fluid, and the idea is maybe that the fluid, well, it did contain magnetosomes and crystals, right? That it would align and kind of recreate in other form his brain, but that's only necessary for the interface. So the memories are all probably still there in his field, in his aura. We were trying to show that the field may not, that our memories may not exist in our bodies. They do in a way, but that they exist outside our body as well. Mind-blowing.
Looking through all my PDFs, and I erased the one that I showed because I read the whole thing that day. It was from the CIA, I know that much.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I have a lot of documents downloaded about oh wow, what is this? I think this was the witchcraft PDF I wanted to share. Yeah, occult criminal the City of Glendale Police Department. Oh, this is a occult criminal investigation, and it shows evidence of the symbols and everything. These Satan worshippers were. I thought this was more or less a mockery of Christian symbols. It shows everything. The use of stolen or vandalized Christian artifacts. All right, whatever.
Oh, wow.
Throw that out.
Hmm.
I thought it was something different because I skimmed through some of these when I download them.
Yeah.
This is Project Ultra. I'm going to do in the future a live stream on Project Ultra, how it ties in with MK Ultra. And I'm just so into sound and frequency and how the brain works, signals, electricity, just everything.
Yeah, I use frequencies constantly, especially when I sleep.
Lonnie was telling me he has some of you guys both, are being say attack, but
we're all targeted. Some of us are more sensitive to it than others.
Right.
I do believe that they do kind of they maybe center in on some people because they do have artificial intelligence to run it, right? So they'll put in an algorithm looking for certain things maybe, and you might get some extra special attention. But there's nobody actually out there targeting you, really. Unless you consider artificial intelligence somebody.
Well, I think the towers alone are shooting enough microwaves and everything around, which threw everything off balance. The animals, between the pollutants too, like the birds.
Yep.
I didn't really notice how bad it was.
I've become so sensitive that sometimes when I travel around, I can feel myself travel into the zone of one of those towers or different devices.
Huh.
Yeah. There's a difference
in
air
a gift?
I don't think so.
How do you look at it?
Well, I guess you
Gift
could.
or curse?
It could be either, I don't know. I would say it would be a gift because I'm aware of what's going on.
You know, when I went in Connecticut, there's these radio towers, and I know the trails when we were younger, we hiked from behind Pinnacle Heights. There's this like rock back there. So where the Nike, if you ever look in Connecticut, New Britain, Connecticut, there used to be a Nike base.
Oh yeah.
And there's quarries back there where me and my mom in like 89, 88 would go up there and look for crystals. It's a shooting range. But now I don't know what's up there, but you could hike all the way to these towers. And one day, about 6 years ago, we drove out there, and then you could park along the highway where these towers are. We hiked right by these towers, and I shit you not, I started to feel the vibration. I started to feel sick. I had to get away from there, but I never felt anything like it.
Yeah, I only put it together years later, but at my parents' house, we used to have one of those cordless phones. And I would sit and have my morning coffee right underneath the base unit. And I always, I never understood why my hands would start shaking when I was drinking my coffee in the morning. But years later, I put it together. I'm sitting right underneath that damn phone emitter. And those things apparently were really powerful. Like they had no regulation on them at all.
Wild stuff.
Yeah.
Just like I seen a video of the old microwaves. The guy opened the door, turned it on, and he was lighting light bulbs.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, man, where can I find one of these old microwaves? They're damn near a generator of energy. It's like a Tesla coil in there or something.
Well, you power it up, but there's guys that have made like guns. You can take a microwave, peel it apart, get the magnetron inside.
That's it, magnetron, yes.
Yeah, and then you can put that into a metal container and make direct it with a tin can or whatever. There's lots of YouTube videos about it. It's hilarious. They blow up
That's
cell
probably
phones.
what the military uses, right?
Well, yeah,
crowd control.
it's all based on the same type of technology, microwave technology, which you're just sending energy through the air, right? So you send a mass amount of it, and yeah, you can blow things up. You can
These people
damage DNA.
Imagine what we could do with our minds if we were taught the right way instead of indoctrinated.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how beautiful and thriving this Mother Earth could be, treated her correctly. I think about that all the time. Why can't all these good people I meet, why can't we live in peace, thrive, and elevate? Why?
Well, it could be done on a
always
dime.
question the misery.
I think it could be switched around on a dime. It just has to hit the right point, and we can switch it around. Take all this technology that people don't even know that what's going on. So, they don't know how even to make the world better, They don't know what's happening to them. Once they finally realize what's happening to them, most people would not accept it and would want to change it, right? But it's getting the awareness out there that's key, I think. But I think, we were promised to be happy when the wireless network was coming out. Back in the 70s, the popular magazine said they were going to transmit happiness to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you didn't do that, did you?
Transmit happiness.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they're happy.
Well, there's a specific frequency for happiness. It's in a range for everybody, but it's close to that same frequency for most people. Yeah. Yep.
They're going to beam the illusion to you.
Yeah.
Keep you hypnotized and busy while they do evil deeds.
Well, now they've got this thing called the super patch. I've shown on my channel quite a lot recently. It's a little patch, like a nicotine patch, but it's got a little QR code on it. And you scan it with your phone, and they start transmitting you happy signals or strength signals or endurance signals or whatever signals the patch is made for. We're already there. but they sell it, so you have to buy it. If you have anxiety or depression, slap on a patch. We'll make you happy.
Yeah, we'll treat the problem for a little while. It's like
Well,
a drug.
Yeah, it's problem, reaction, solution, right? They make the world and beam out the signals to make you unhappy, and then they promise you, here, look, we'll make you happy. You just have to pay us for it.
You know, I figured out, I said, man, these, you know, my mother got sick, you know, my mind is still developing, but I thought, it was in 2001, I thought to myself, I said, I didn't know what problem, reaction, solution was, but I said, man, they profited off of selling the product, they profited off of my mother being sick, and they profited off her death. So that's part of them profiting off. They profit off both ends, the problem and the solution.
Yep.
While we fall for the illusion.
Exactly.
Like you said, most people don't even realize it, or they do, and they choose to stay in illusion because they're more comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, we're the internet, but we have to pay for the internet.
Huh.
You're being used for cybersecurity and everything else as the blockchain, as cloud, and you don't get paid for it. You have to pay for the use of yourself. I think they owe us some money.
Too. Like, no, nothing against so-called black people and stuff. When they say reparations, my thought is they owe everyone reparations.
Yeah.
All the treason and lies and pillaging and everything else they've done, they owe Mother Earth an apology, more or less.
Yeah, the monetary system they've set up, all the pollution that they've done. We didn't pollute. We were given no choice but to buy products that were polluting.
And they told us, oh, we're going to recycle, which they did to some stuff, but the rest is getting dumped in the ocean.
Yeah. And now you're at fault for that, they say. Right?
I always say, when you see a politician speaking and they start blaming everyone else, pointing the finger, you got to slide that mirror in front of them.
Yeah.
Their fault. Like Bush. I always play that part of the speech. I used to be in one of my videos that I created where he says, in my line of work, he says, in my line of work, we have to repeat ourselves over and over and over again to let the truth sink in, but it's to let the lie sink in. And he said, to catapult the propaganda, but they're the propaganda.
Yeah. Yep. And show me one government that hasn't turned on its people, because they all have.
That's true. Russia kind of didn't, but they probably have their faults too.
Oh yeah, they went through revolutions and stuff. Several.
They're still going through one with Ukraine and stuff. That war was going on while that's another thing. They say they're sending hundreds of thousands or trillions or millions to them. I don't believe it. They're pocketing that money. That should be going to our people.
That's even in the news. All the generals of the Ukrainian army are very upset because Zelensky is taking what they called the lion's share of the kitty, right? So, you know.
Yeah, we got to stop this. It's up to us. We got to stop them.
He bought mansions off the royals in the UK. He's buying up land all over the place with all the money, you know. And all our politicians go over there into an active war zone to go watch a concert put on by Sting there or whatever, and then they come home with big bags of money, you know.
I watched Max. I watched this guy's name is Armed Fisherman. He's in Florida. I forgot what he called it. I always forget his dang name, man. Solo Yacker. And I also watch Lackluster and James Freeman, and a couple other people, but they get involved in the communities, and they're going to town and city meetings, and a lot of these mayors are committing treason on the people, and they're ordering chief and the police to arrest these people for swearing in meetings. When you have a freedom of speech, you can swear all you want. It's not a threat.
Yeah.
So these are the ways that we can hold these people accountable to breaking the law. It's going to take us to come together to do it, but it's the way we're going to clean up what Trump calls the swamp. We got to clean it up. It's up to us.
Yeah.
I think we're so trained through religion and stuff to wait on the savior. So people are depending on politicians to save us.
Well,
No one's taking
yeah,
everything.
yeah, they have their ways to keep us out of the club. You know, they only let family members into that club to that level, but we can get it on the lower levels, but and do some change there. I mean,
You know what I think they
even just
did?
making noise, you know, just like challenging these people.
Right.
You know?
At least you agree with me, because some people say our best bet is to just walk away and stuff, but that they're still going to be there.
Yeah, I wish you could. I wish I could just say, you know what, I'm done with you and walk away. But they're not going to leave you alone.
Yep.
It's not going to happen. You know, the Amish are finding that out. They can't be left alone. Our farmers are finding that they're not being left alone. You know,
We got to come together. They say, I said, oh yeah, I had some poetry I wrote about. They say the illusion is united in this divided corporation. I forgot how I put it, but hopefully it ain't gonna happen overnight, but people are starting to go to these meetings. They're getting lawyers and they're serving these people papers, and that's what we must do on a large, massive.
Yeah.
To the point where these people see that we're not putting up with their shit no more, and they either resign or it's not going to stop. We got to just keep. They're bullies. I'm not saying to react to violence, but play their game, use law, and then if it's corrupt, and we have to lock them up on our own.
Yeah.
We have to do something.
Justin Trudeau can't go out in public right now. Any of his quote unquote town halls are all people who were invited. You just can't go out in public.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm going to start showing up in my city meetings, because I personally think they keep people so busy that they work and they don't have time for these meetings. And they do that purposely because they're passing stuff under the people's nose, you know, because no one goes there. No one thinks.
You're too busy
that's how they get away
surviving.
with it. Yep. So I want to do more.
Yeah.
I want to talk to some of these people that are well versed in law and could guide me in the right direction, because, you know, I get it. Not everyone is mentally fit, and I'm not downing anyone. Some people, you know, not everyone is meant to go down that road. Some people have.
Yeah.
And that's fine, because everyone's good at something, man. And everyone could help out in some way, one or the other.
Just
Whether they
talking
grow
to
food or
just talking to your friends. That's, you know, that's helping, you know. Every communication we have about the problems is going to spread knowledge and hopefully help work the problems out, you know.
While you have people standing up to them, you could have people like Kimba helping healing.
Yeah.
Everyone's good at something. That's what is beautiful about this place. I try to look at the positives more. I'm working more away from getting angry and wasting my energy on negative stuff all the time.
Yeah, that's a challenge. That's a constant
It
challenge
is.
for life, you know, because, you know, but when, you know, we can get there, I think, you know, it just takes practice. You know.
Like people have told me I'm playing a victim role, crying like a victim and stuff. I see we've all been in the victims of the government, and two, I'm not crying or complaining. I'm merely describing my observations.
Yeah, yeah. I don't see what's wrong with complaining. if shit's wrong, you gotta say something, you know. That's but yeah, you're not whining about it, or you know, I'm not, you know, I know what's going on, but I don't spend my days in the shower quivering like a mass, you know, like that's, you know, I prefer to be a happy warrior in my game, my particular simulation or game or life I'm living, you know.
That's one hard thing for me to. My warrior spirit is just so potent that I can't ignore it. It won't let me ignore it. As much as I try to tame it and push it to the side.
Yeah,
can't.
embrace it, but be happy.
That's a major battle within myself right now, is letting some stuff go from the past and trying to be more happy. That inner peace is well needed.
Yeah, some things you have to let go. And that's just the way it goes. You know? But yeah, finding that inner peace is key, because that's one of the keys to knowledge, is having that inner peace. You can observe more, you can see more, you're more aware, you know, and awareness is really what we're after. Like that's what I'm doing. I'm training people with their third eye to get third eye awareness, you know. So, you know, I hope I'm helping people. That's one of the warrior fights I'm on. You know, I do
Definitely
that
are.
as a warrior, you know.
People have come to me and told me what I do is a good thing, and you know, they thank me. It makes me feel good, because I don't see it that way, but even for them to just come here and openly speak, they say helps them. So hey, that's why I'm here. I want to help. I want to do more too.
Yeah, and you're sharing knowledge and hopefully opening minds, you know, to different concepts and ideas. That'll help their awareness as well. Even if they don't agree with it, it's still, the information helps you think of things in different ways. Very important. I call that mental plasticity, being able to, or mental plurality, being able to go at one problem from many different angles and concepts.
Like, I like Dom. He points out sometimes a lot of situations that help me look within. Like some things he said. One time I thought he was trying to come at me sideways, but it's like more like tough love, I'll call it. You know, he's just,
yeah.
It wasn't trying to disrespect me. He was just speaking, and
Dominic has a great way of explaining things.
Definitely.
Yeah, very knowledgeable man.
I came across this picture. This is the one I was talking about earlier. I just so happened to come across it.
Yeah.
Looking for a picture of this one.
Oh, yeah.
And it shows Shaq looks like a freaking baby to this guy.
Yeah.
Forgot who that guy is. He's from Europe.
He's got to be like, what is he, like 9 feet tall?
Yeah, it's a cardboard cutout of him, believe it or not.
Yeah, they got him in a wax museum in my area. Big wax of him.
He's doing the as above, so below symbolism.
Hey, they've got the sun and the moon, right?
Ah! Look at this shit, man. I don't know what year this is supposed to be. This is the last century of the world. And look, the third world countries, the U.S., Brazil. They should put Venezuela in there.
Yeah.
Venezuela, oh my God. I was reading on that woman that's running. Oh, man, they call her the modern day man with the mustache.
Oh,
I
yeah.
say his name, but yep. Because Venezuela gave up their guns and their weapons. And all the people there said, as soon as they gave up their weapons, the military came and started annihilating them.
Yeah.
A few people escaped. They lost everything. They lost all their land, their farms.
Yeah.
And they were saying, if Biden gets in, Venezuela's going to be, it's going to happen. What happened to Venezuela will happen in America. And
Damn.
I would never. 99% of Americans would never give their weapons up. They already know that trick.
Yeah. I'm close enough to the border. If Canada ever pulled that, I'd try to head over here. It's not too far. I could make the walk.
You're near the Great Lakes, no?
Yeah, I'm right on Lake Ontario, so I'm close to Michigan and New York.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Come through New York, come to Connecticut, you're all safe. I'm right
Yeah.
there in Connecticut.
Awesome.
To me, I'd look at Canada like the US. It's the same, almost.
Yeah, I've got 2 escape routes, so I can go either west or east. So, you know, whichever
Better
way.
off staying east. 'Cause, you know, if you go west, you're gonna hit them deserts.
Yeah, I'll hit Michigan then. So I just have to cross a small river. With the States, I have to go across the the Erie Canal, and that's where Niagara Falls is too. So it's not an easy way to get over by foot. What I'd probably have to do is take the lake, which is okay. I've got several boats, so I'm good for that too. So I have a water escape too.
The Great Lakes remind me of oceans.
Oh, they are. They're inland seas. Like you do not really. You don't want to get in like a kayak and go out into the middle of Lake Ontario. That shit'll swallow you up, man. And they get because it's a lake. You get 3 sisters a lot of the times, which is 3 waves coming at each other, and then they'll just hit, and boom, they can send a boat flying up in the air. That's because you have all the shorelines close, you know, within a few miles.
Ha, I found it. This is exactly what I was looking for to compare to that picture. Please work. Yes. Awesome. This picture here.
Yeah.
I was comparing it to this. Just the way it looks like a hallway, you know?
Oh, okay.
The way it collapses into infinity almost. Just
What
keeps
a
going.
pyramid sending out energy.
Yeah, that's kind of what I see here. Because this could be a pyramid too.
Yeah. It's got kind of a swirl to it with the outside drawing there. I like it.
What is those things? Those?
I think they're
those
angels
people?
or people. Yeah.
Those square things like on each. I'd have to really get a look at this and zoom in.
Well, there's like 2 people up in the left-hand corner. There's like 2 figures. Yeah, they're all figures of people. I think a lot of it's like God or Adam interacting with man or something. Hi, Dean.
Dean said, just got up for a puddle. It's good to see you, Dean. I know you're on the whole other side of the realm, but hey, I've been asking about you. Making sure everything's all right. Yeah, Dean's like, I think no. Man, how many hours ahead? A whole day ahead. So for Dean, it's Sunday right now. Sunday morning.
12 hours. He's 12 hours ahead of us. I think. Is that how it works? Yeah. Yeah, it'd be 12 hours.
And it's midnight here. It's about 6 a.m. and
The UK is 5 hours ahead of us.
Yeah.
And I forget where Dean is. You're in Australia, aren't you, Dean? Or New Zealand, yeah. So yeah, that'll be 12 hours. So it's.
You want to come up for a minute, Dean? Chop it up for a little bit, a few minutes. You got time.
It's about 3 a.m. for Dean.
Yeah, come up for a couple minutes, Dean, if you got time.
Yeah, lighten up your spirit.
Yeah, it was kind of disappointing learning witchcraft was a religion, but the positive I got out of it is I'm more interested in the energy and the earth part of it. As far as the like rituals with their gods and stuff like that, using deities and stuff, I don't want to mess with opening vortexes and asking spirits to come.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not well versed in that, and I'm not messing with something I don't know about. There's a lot of bad people conjure up stuff, and they don't know what they're doing, and they end up stuck with them. Evil energies.
Yeah. Hey, Dino, how you doing?
Dino.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could be a lot better, you know.
Yeah.
Just woken up, really, and it's not 3 in the morning. It's bloody close to 6.
Oh.
Actually, it's bloody near 7.
Oh.
But,
yeah, it's winter time for Dean.
Oh.
It's cold as hell outside. Yeah.
They say
the more
hell is hot.
Hell is hot there. The bloody place is freezing. I don't know. You know, some people. Well, some of us. I mean, you know, I we're all bloody waking up at all different stages, and you know, some days I think I'm fully up and away, and I know what's going on and that, and then something else comes along, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I stopped getting up and peeing at night when I got metal blankets for my bed. That just stopped it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to try that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get some.
I don't get up at all no more. Nothing wakes me up. I don't get up.
I want to do that to my drinking cup, Max. You do.
Yeah, I get up in the morning and I pee for like 2 or 3 minutes. It's hilarious. You're just sitting there going, "Oh my God, are you done yet?"
Yeah. I mean, I'm the, you know, like
yeah, they really.
I go to bed at 9 o'clock at night, Max.
Yeah,
right.
They like to fuck with their sleep a lot, you know.
And then I can wake up.
If they can drag down your sleep, they can affect your overall health, right?
Yeah. I mean, you know, like as I say, I go to bed 8 and 9 o'clock at night, and I can go right through to 6 in the morning without wanting to pee. That's
nice.
I mean, that's pretty good, I reckon.
That's good. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And I mean, I can. I'm 70, right? And like you say, my flow is good.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not having to dribble out a bit and then wait a little bit and then dribble out some more. You know.
No, I haven't gone there either.
I'm not there yet. You know.
Yeah.
But no, it's not funny, really. I mean, the thing is,
you still got some wood in the chipper, do you?
I still got the wood in the chipper, yeah. but you know, it's unfair, this type of nature that we live under, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to be so much a nature person, but I still am. But I just think to myself, is it a lie as well, you know? Is there some kind of bullshit scenario going on with that? That we have to question whether, what is true reality,
Oh, yeah. That's fun.
I mean, yeah, exactly, Max. I mean, okay, it's fun. I mean, I guess I've been such a bloody, what do you call it? I've had so much anxiety, I guess, and it's hard for me to shift myself into that. Oh, yes, it's fun to be, treated like a fucking idiot. Oh, yes, it's fun to be treated like a piece of shit. It's so much fun,
Well, we all get there at one point or another, I've been there, Dino. I've been there. Yes, I it's so much fun to be under all the fuckery, but
under the fuckery, exactly. I mean, it just oh dear! I've just been able to post something and share something on my YouTube channel, on my new one. And of course, it's something about TikTok and how we live in lives and.
Well, yeah. See, we're not living under lies. We're living under perceptual awareness where we know we've been lied to. So
yes, okay.
It is very good that there are people like you to talk to, and Charles and everybody in this community, because we know we're being fucked with. The rest of the world, they don't know it, and that's that. If you guys weren't here, we would be alone. Man,
yeah.
the world's fuck. Am I crazy? Am I crazy?
I thought about this morning when I woke up just now, Max. I was thinking, poor old David Icke. I mean, imagine how long he suffered on his own.
No,
you imagine that, Yeah.
Yeah, it takes a special kind of warrior,
It does.
Yeah.
I mean, the battle is ongoing and it's fierce.
Yeah,
and it takes no prisoners.
Yeah. See, we're always told the stories like the hero's journey, like where they go on their journeys and they fight the monsters. They come back, and that's life, right? We all have to battle the monsters, and But you can choose to let it crush you, or you can choose to let it embolden you. And sometimes it'll do both to you,
And both, it does both. Yes, it does. And it usually crushes you first, and then you think, bugger it, I'm not going right down. I'm stronger than that.
Yeah.
And you bounce yourself out of the hole.
Yeah. Yeah. Say enough of it. I'm throwing off these shackles, man.
I just downloaded the book. The Odyssey book of Homer.
Yeah. That's our lives, in different
It's so
forms.
good to realign myself, I tell you. Even though I get out of line. I do. I get out of line.
Yeah, we all fall. We all falter, If I let myself go into the depths of darkness in my mind, oh man. Like I could just talk myself into it. There is no hope. Nothing is ever gonna freaking change, man. Like we are
thank you. Thank you so much for saying it like that, Max. Really, it does. It helps to embolden me even more that I'm not alone, when people do say that,
Oh yeah, I can take myself there.
It just, anyway, just to shift, thank you very much. And I appreciate what you, even just the words you speak, bro, because, I can align to it and it gives me strength. And I that's all I'm looking for. I just want some strength out here.
We all can get knocked down every once in a while, man. It happens. It happens.
What I'd really like to say is, the other day, I was just sitting there thinking, I want to talk flat Earth, but I think it's just so wrong because now it's just another psyop. And then I think to myself, what am I going to talk about besides, you know, I mean, I could just go on and on and on about the sadness, right? And I just thought, what am I going to talk about that's not sad? You know? And I went to sleep on that thought. I just went to sleep on it. And guess what? The first thing I woke up to was a YouTube video with Roger Spur doing the stitching ball. You know, these geo balls, those geodes, or what they call the Armanites,
the interstitial
right?
balls, yeah.
Yes, the interstitial balls, right? I knew you'd be onto it.
Yeah.
I just thought to myself, you know, when straight away it came up in my feed, and I was lying there thinking, is there some kind of internal message? Because I'd gone to sleep thinking, what could I talk about that isn't so sad, you know? You know, like when you go out on the street, it's hard not to bring up a subject with them that doesn't concern the jibbity, you know, the old jibbity jib jib jib. And I was thinking, like, how can I talk to these people without, you know, sounding like a fucking broken record? And anyway, so there it was. It came up in my feed, Roger Spur doing a thing on stitching balls. and it really gelled with me, and it said, oh, look at that. I can actually talk about these things in a way where I understand it and bring it into people's minds so that they not only are being awoken by some, oh shit, I took the fucking poison, but oh, wow, you know, an oh wow moment.
Yeah,
and I thought,
I like showing pictures in Google Earth of all that kind of stuff. It's fun.
And I thought, yeah, Max does this, you know, and I thought, wow, that's a great thing. And so then I sort of listened to it, and I got really heavy into it, and I started writing it out in my mind, right? So then I wrote it down on a piece of paper, and I said, so we have in our bodies, in our skin, these stitching balls, and they act as anchor points for the elasticity of our skin, right?
Yeah.
And I thought, how can you relate that in a macro way? So I just started off like saying that, well, we got these stitching balls, they act as anchor points to give our skin the elasticity. And some of them, like the Armanite, for example, people say, oh, that's a bloody sea creature. But it's interesting how Roger explained it. And if you check out the inside of a Armanite, what it is they break these balls open, they get these things out, and they call them, you know, fossilized creatures. But the funny thing about it is, guys, and everyone, I'm just talking to everyone really here, is that as these little things act like a coiled spring or a torsion bar, and when they wind outwards, you know, they're at their stretched moment, but when it recoils, when the spiral recoils back into tightness again, like looking like an Armanite, it's just like a torsion bar. It's pulling the memory or the elasticity of the skin back into place.
Oh wow, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, what a subject, Dino. What a bloody subject.
Yeah, so they're microscopic things inside the stitching balls that offer the elasticity that we see in the muscles and skin.
Yeah. There you go.
Really cool.
And I thought that was really amazing. So then I was able to explain it. And then I realized, wow, I can go out to Joe Public and I can talk about this.
Yeah.
And they can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And then they said, and so I tried it out. I went over and seen a guy in another town, and I had to go and get some stuff. And there was a guy there, and he I just met him, right? This guy there getting his own gear, and I says, have you ever thought about this world prior to our civilization? You know, like to us, like before even man came into the scene. And he's got here looking at me that, where's he going with this conversation, you know? Yeah. And I said, well, I want to start a real interesting conversation here. I want to start this with the fact that we have these stitching balls in our skin, and they give our skin elasticity. And in a micro scene, they are so small we can hardly see them. But what if, on a macro scale, some titan animal in their skin had these balls and they were the size of a bus?
Mm-hmm.
And he says, what do you mean? And I says, well, if you go and have a look, and I pulled up my phone, I got these pictures out of all these different balls that they call ammonites. You will look at YouTube's mucking around. But, so these ammonites and these geode balls. And there are heaps of these pictures everywhere in the thing, and they call them a mystery.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But why are they a mystery? Well, they're only a mystery because we're not looking at them with eyes to see.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so here we have it, that these massive things. I found some the other day, about a couple of weeks back, and I showed me mate. I said, these are stitching balls, and he laughed at me. But once I got through with my conversation with him, he stood there and he just looked at me and he said, ooh, Dino, where you going, Dino?
Yeah.
But I thought, wow, what a bloody awesome subject to talk about.
It is.
Without having to be, to make people feel melancholy or sad or bad or
or challenged or anything. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 And so that's how it's unfolding for me, Max. It's just amazing.
Nice.
Yeah.
I just want to say I gotta jump off in like 15 minutes. Oh.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chuck, for letting me up. And I just, when you dropped the link there, I thought, yeah, maybe I can go up and talk about this.
Yeah.
You're always welcome here, Dean, man.
So that's great content. That's great content to make, you know? Yeah. And the way you explained it to that man, it was awesome, you know?
I want to see Dean start a channel, start having live.
Well, I've got my channel up. And it's a new one, and I've stopped all the other gizmo stuff. And
make sure I'm sub to that.
And
yeah, put it in chat. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm sub to you, but make sure.
Well, he has a new channel. His old one.
Yeah, I've got a new channel. I got me rid of the old phone. I got a new phone. I'm not on Facebook. I'm actually trying to go away from platforms that are, what do you call? I call them mundane now, because I think, you know, it reaches a certain level and then it just gets gaslighted, you know. And I feel like Facebook gaslights so much stuff. TikTok gaslights, X, you know.
I'll put the link in the back chat for you.
The makers of these things don't let their own kids use them, and they barely use them at all. They have people that use it for them. They don't.
Yes, of course.
Max.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you very much. And yeah, just so this is my new road, guys, and I've been thinking about it, and giving it a lot of thought, and I think it's a great way of starting out something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
put your lot of your garden
coming.
stuff on there, Dean? Your garden is awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do some of that and as well. And there's just so much I can do. And I realise I'm a bit of a slow learner.
Hey. All right. At least you have the urge to want to learn.
Oh, absolutely! I learn stuff every day, and I mean this is great. You know, like not only was I looking for a new plan, basically, but my friend, you know, I lost my license, guys, doing a little runaway from the police. At my age, I mean, who the hell does this stuff? But anyway,
Hey, you were
I
scared.
did.
You were terrified they were going to shoot you.
Yeah.
That's what I would have said. I'm terrified.
Yeah, come scare me, man. You guys got guns, and you know, I don't know. I'm not allowed to have one.
But, yeah, use it against them like they would to you. It's for our safety. You know, all the time they say
Yeah, I was
that.
worried about my safety because you know you have guns, I don't. You know.
Yeah. Good on you. So anyway, I got through that, and I've just got my license back. But the thing is, I had my friend. He's an old mate from 30 years ago, and I just said to him at my birthday party, I said, well, I'm going to lose me bloody license in March. I can see it coming. And he says, oh, well, you know, you need a driver. I'll come and be your driver. And so he came and stayed with us for 6 weeks when I didn't have a license because they backdated the whole thing.
That's a good
Yeah, and I thought, what a mate, you know?
Yeah.
And so anyway, he's real interested in checking out geology, you right?
Oh yeah.
He loves geology.
Wow.
So this just fell into place with the geo balls, right?
Yeah.
And then we were out fossil hunting, and I got him out fossil hunting, and we actually found a river in our area, and it's only the one. There are heaps of rivers, but there's only this one river, which is on the east side of the Tararua Ranges, and there's a gap through the ranges where I reckon this tidal wave came through, and it brought all the ocean creatures with it. And there's just one river with these bags. With these bags. Hello.
Dean,
Who's
how
that?
you doing? Lonnie.
Good. Who's
That's
that?
Lonnie.
Hey, Lonnie.
Hey, Lonnie. Hey, Lonnie. How are you feeling today, bro?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Kind of running a little behind, but girlfriend coming over spending the night, so I mean, I look forward to, you know. Going to do some oil painting, I think, and maybe play some music. I don't know. To do something, you know.
Your audio.
Try to reconnect.
Yeah. Yeah, good on you, Lonnie. Big hugs. Much love to you, bro. I mean, yeah. I
do this thing, right?
You know how you had a connection with Phil, and then through Phil, we've got to know each other, and it's pretty amazing, actually. And I just want to say a big ups to that, and a big ups to Phil, and you know, I really love the guy, and I miss him so much, and
yeah, he's been gone over a year.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to let everybody...
That's September, man.
Not everybody know, but I just want to let Phil know that we're really thinking of him, you know?
Yeah. I think he knows that. We're all here for a reason. There's no chance. There's no coincidence. I don't know if I'm buying into the everything's preordained.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of experiments going on to say that there's not all is preordained. Yeah. But a lot of it, I feel it has a kind of base for it, Lonnie. Right?
What's that?
This is a goose or a swan heart, petrified.
What?
Yeah, you can see at the top here. I showed these a lot, but at the top there, where the arteries and veins are in the black.
Yeah, look at
Ventricles.
You can see that.
The arteries and the ventricles.
Right?
Yeah.
There's the separation on every heart that I've ever seen. They all have this line, and it looks like kind of like a star at the bottom there.
Holy heck!
That's
I've got a massive.
And it's got
a massive lump.
Different material on the back.
Max.
This is where the heart pumps in and out from. So yeah, that's a goose heart. And here I found
I used to sleep like that. Dean, my fault.
Sorry, bro.
This is a foot, or well, it's the bottom of a foot. And there's actually, where is it? Right around here somewhere. If I wet it the right way, you can see where there's
full screen.
You can see where there's a perfect circle with what looks like a bolt in the middle.
Yeah,
bolted to a person's foot. But yeah, this is a bottom of somebody's foot. You can see where the big toe was right there.
Wow, that is incredible, man.
There's even like veins coming out of here. In the river near me. I tell you, they're everywhere, dude.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's just amazing, isn't it?
Just have to be able
so
to
many
find
of those,
them.
they'd take those from you. You know.
But yeah, this
No
is.
way. That is a foot, man. That's
yeah.
wild.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's got it's like a different material down here, and then like if I wet it for you, this top side will be red and black, and this bottom side is all just a gray color.
Like the bottom of the foot. Yeah.
Different material. Yeah, it looks like it's some type of a bio polymer or something. I don't know. It's something they screwed to the bottom of their foot.
Huh.
Wow. Go figure. And yeah, my wife found this heart, and I just took it to work and polished it up.
That's badass.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to find some of them spears, man. In the river.
Well, the thing is, yeah, they're everywhere. You can find them in rivers, and you can even find them in the banks of cliffs.
Yeah, I'm lucky because I live near the Great Lakes, which means like if you find them by the seashore, the salt water washes most of the color out of it. It seems, but if they're found if they're found like near a lake or a river, they seem to retain more color because they were washed. The salts, I think, were washed out of them quicker, and they just retain more color.
Right. It's just amazing. Yeah. Once you hit on one and you find one, you realize you start finding more of them.
Oh, human heart! There's human hearts everywhere. We just don't recognize. I guarantee you. Hold on a sec. I'll show you something.
I used to sleep like that, Dean, until I realized when I would sleep like that, when you bend your spine up like that, you don't get blood to the brain when you're sleeping. Like the dreams aren't the same.
Oh yeah, I've only got this. I've got this cushion behind me because, well, it's actually a long bed. With this bed, we changed. Before we had a shorter bed, and it wasn't as long. And my toes used to hang out over the end of the bed. I used to lift out the bloody blankets all the time. Maureen would tell me that I've just wrecked the bed, you know. But my head used to be on the bloody wall, and my toes would stick out. So we've changed our bed. Yeah.
I gotta go here in a second, Dean. I had a question for you, actually, before I go.
What is that, bro?
Have you noticed over there where you live, sometime in the late 1800s, early 1900s, was there a fire in every major city?
Yeah.
At one time or another?
definitely was.
Yeah, yeah. It was a fire. I mean, what? Yes, yes. I mean, our original capital was Auckland, but now it's
Hey,
been shifted.
yeah, if you could,
Look at it
when
in
you do any
Germany.
kind of research, because I'm going to do it on the states, because I know what I'm seeing. I want to dig a little deeper. See if you could find any pictures, not necessarily of anything in specific, but just in town photos of the people and the buildings, and that predate the fire date.
Okay.
Okay, and
Yep.
then pictures after the fire date. But if you happen to run across something that was major, like fire destroys, 3/4 of downtown or something crazy like that. But
So it's fully,
specifically look
fully.
for
I
records.
get what you mean. So you mean the same as what happened in Philadelphia, right?
Right. Yeah, they did it. I think they've done it in every major city, everywhere.
Chicago, San
Yeah.
Francisco had earthquakes allegedly. If you look into shit, I've even looked into Idaho, Minnesota, places you wouldn't think had major fires. Even Boston, shit. Hartford had major flooding. So they've used more than just fires, even flooding or hurricanes.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much, Chuck.
Yeah,
Yes, I was gonna.
exactly. They've been doing that for a long time with the weather, and I've tried to talk to people, even my family members, and they just look at me like I'm like mildly retarded. But it seems to be that this story that keeps being, retold. They've got like 16 plus civilizations that had the same savior, same messiah. It's the same story. Not one or two or three, but over 16. It's very telling. But it seems like that they put a little stretch each time that they redo it.
Yes, I got you fully.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. I think the stretch is the number of years.
Right.
I mean, if you can get some of these older buildings and you have a look at the date on them, some of them they use the in the year of the in the year of.
Look for the red brick.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to tell you something here too, Lonnie. In the year of I or J, right?
Right.
And so if you had in the year of I, you could put that I in front of 950 and make it 1950, right?
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, I got that in that building in Hartford. Remember I was showing that, the little eye? I think
There you
that's
go,
that
Chuck.
1,000-year add-on or takeaway.
Yes, there you go.
Another thing I've noticed, Dean, are you familiar with Walmart's On brand? Like the television?
We don't actually have a Walmart here as
Thank
such.
God.
Although
Keep the
they are
Cheeskies away.
coming.
No, I'm joking.
They are coming, yeah.
Well, it looks like they own all the chain and things like that.
I love Jewish people.
It's all owned by the same cartel.
For sure, absolutely. I fully reckon. It's like I said to somebody the other day. We got Putin over there waging war on everything, but when they have their bloody meetings
I think you got it backwards. I think that guy in Ukraine, the Jewish guy there, is waging war.
Well, either way, but I still think they all rub shoulders down at the club rooms later.
They do.
And so there's not really one against the other. It's just them against us, right?
How else would they pull the pup? They're the puppeteers,
Yeah.
for us. So how else would they get us to fight their wars and exterminate us? They have to lie and trick us to get us to fight for them.
Yeah.
Exactly. So this is what I'm saying, Lonnie. In that, of course, the wealth is held in one quarter, and of course, it's going to be distributed only to them. They're not going to give us the wealth. They'll let us play with all the dust, right? The dust.
Right.
I think
that's only
Dean,
the
with them making
settling
it all
dust.
digital, I think they just made a very bad mistake.
Shit, they don't gotta let us. We'll take it like they did to us.
Exactly.
Fuck that. Their time's
Exactly.
up.
Once it becomes digital, it's much easier for us to get.
I got a little note. Tell the politicians we're coming.
Well, the thing is, it's a case of consent, in my mind. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's whatever it is. It's still a case of consent. And so, what are we going to do? Are we going to consent, or are we just going to say no? Fuck you.
I think it's both, and I think that we've already consented. Okay, now we have to rescind that voluntary plea of permission of saying, okay, you can be my beneficiary, because that's what we've done. Okay, so once we become not lost at sea, then
I don't want to extend this too much for Chuck because he wanted to get off. But I just wanted to say, Lonnie, that when I got indentured as a slave through my grandfather.
Right, I get what you're saying.
He had to buy a passage to the New World. He didn't have the money. They traded my birth certificate, his progeny's birth certificates, for his passage to the New World.
That's unfortunate, man. Because a majority of us, it was done involuntary and ignorant to the parent, but yours was knowledgeable about the whole transaction. So I'm sorry.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
I get it. I knew exactly what you meant.
I got a book, guys. Thanks for having me up.
Hey, Max, I want to say hi to you too, brother.
Hey, good to see you, Lonnie.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you again soon, though.
Yeah, we'll talk soon. Thank you very much.
Live, Max?
I don't know. I'm going to do a live show at around 6, and then I'll do 6 or 7 probably, and then I'll do a class at 11. So
Cool.
I'm going to go over that document I was talking about. Have some fun with that.
I'll be there.
All right. We'll see you then.
I'll try to check it out.
Max.
Like I said, she's staying the night tonight, so we might have a.
Oh, yeah. You'll be busy. You'll be pretty busy.
I know you'll be busy, Lonnie. So you just, thank you very much for bringing these conversations up, and plenty of food for thought. Thank you very much, guys.
Bye-bye, guys.
I really appreciate you, and thank you very much for the support, because I was getting quite low there. I did get quite low.
Always welcome for that, Dino.
Yeah, we're always here for you, Dean, man. You know my number.
We get there too. It happens to all of us. Much love, guys.
So I just wanted to apologize to Dom again. Dom, I'm always apologizing to you. Sorry, bro.
Hey, I'm so glad that that broke my heart that day, man. I was at work, and here's two guys that I admire, and they don't know each other, but I know them both, and there's friction, and I feel it, and it spilled over, and it was unfortunate, and I can't say anything. You know what I mean?
I know. I know you be caught between the twixt and the twang. Right, I understand. Right. Yeah.
But hey, man, I love you both, man, and everybody in chat. I hope everybody's doing well, and positive energy, man. High vibration.
Yeah, fully. Thank you very much, Chuck. Thanks, Max. Thanks, Lonnie. Much love to everyone in the chat. Peace out. I'll
Peace
catch
out.
you all later.
Later,
Peace.
Chuck. I'll give you a call.
All right. Yes. Thank you, Dean, Lonnie. Thank you, Max, for coming up. It was an awesome live stream. And thank you, Cage, for coming up. And I appreciate everyone in the chat. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate each and every one of you. Much love and respect. And I will see everyone most likely tomorrow or Monday. And everyone go to Max's live stream later if you're not busy. And I will see everyone next time. Peace and love. Stay elevated. Don't let evil or negative energy anchor you down, man. I'm out.